in this room, but we're just hot for this mission. So we're excited to tell you more about the crew, their missions, and what they're going to accomplish on the ISS. This is a special moment for India, Poland, and Hungary. Let's turn our attention now to each space agency represented on board the AX-4 mission, beginning with the Indian Space Research Organization, or ISRO. Their crew member, Shubhanshu Shukla, or Shuks, is our mission pilot. ISRO has been involved in space exploration for over 50 years, but only recently has put a clear emphasis on human exploration. Shuks is making that goal a reality today.
From the Indian Space Research Organization, AX-4 pilot Shubhanshu Shukla.
Namaste. I'm Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla.
A fighter pilot for 15 years, he was selected as one of 4 Indian astronauts in 2020.
Captain Shukla, are you ready for the ride? Will you do some yoga in space like your idol Rakesh Sharma did in 1984?
The first Indian astronaut, Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma, traveled to space in 1984. I grew up reading about him in textbooks and listening to his stories from space. I was deeply, deeply impressed by him. This journey that I'm on, it has been a long one for me. And it started out somewhere. I didn't know that this is the path it is going to finally take. I would say that I've been extremely fortunate and extremely lucky to have gotten the opportunities to first fly all my life, which was a dream job for me, and then have the opportunity to apply to astronaut corps, and now consequently be here. The way this worked out for me was that probably a week before we arrived at Axiom was the time I came to know that I would be going. I was extremely excited to be here. I was very, very happy because this was a possibility for me to actually fly to space. You don't know how to respond to such things.
Shuks' his wisdom. The knowledge that he possesses, he could be 130 years old.
For me, having him as my pilot in the Dragon capsule is great. He already has that operational savvy. You know, he's just wicked smart when it comes to spacecraft technologies.
He is very focused, and he will basically go 1, 2, 3, 4 in a record time. I don't even know how he gets there so fast.
The team that I'm flying with on this mission, it is fantastic. I do feel that, I have exceptional crewmates. I will have these crew members for this one flight, but post this mission, these are going to be my friends for life. It has been an amazing journey. These are moments that really tell you that you are getting to be a part of something that is much larger than yourself. I can only say how extremely fortunate I am to be a part of this. It is my sincere endeavor through my mission to inspire an entire generation back home in the country. I want to use this opportunity to ignite curiosity among kids. Even if this story, my story, is able to change one life, it would be a huge success for me. I'm Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, and I am the mission pilot for Axiom 4 mission.
I'm joined now by Prasanth Balakrishnan Nair, a fellow Gaganyaan astronaut from ISRO. Papa has trained alongside Shuks for the past 10 months as the backup mission pilot. Papa, thanks for being here today, although I can't imagine where else you'd want to be.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Sonia, for having me.
Well, let's talk about Shuks a little bit. When was the first time you met, and what was that meeting like, and what was your impression of him?
Oh, he's a fantastic guy. So we met a few years back. We are both fighter pilots, right, and we are test pilots. So when we got selected for our own Gaganyaan program, that's when we met. And very few people know this. I am 9 years older to him.
Oh, really?
I look younger.
You do, you do.
Yeah. See, I'm not, hair still hasn't come out. Yeah, but that's when we met. And Shuks has been a fantastic guy. In the last 10 months when we have been training here, it has been such a satisfying thing for me to be his wingman. Mm-hmm. Okay, as a fighter pilot lingo.
Right.
And he's got that drive and that focus in him on what he wants in life. Mm-hmm. Once he decides, like, for example, to be the first Indian to go to the International Space Station,
right,
he puts that over there, focuses on it, puts his entire resources and his mind into it, removes all other obstacles, and he's there right now.
Well,
and that's what he is.
That's amazing and shows why he's in that pilot seat.
Yeah.
Tell me about the 10 months of training that you all went through. What was a point that stuck out to you? What was the overall experience like?
The overall experience was, I didn't know whether it was work. It was more like, coming to one big picnic, and imagine you're doing space training.
Yeah.
And in that, when you can actually make it really cool, at the same time professional, that has been our experience. It's been really marvelous, training with Axiom, NASA, SpaceX, with the other countries, and Peggy. It's been fantastic.
A legend. You get to train with a legend. Now, I have seen you do some of the training, but the food training, I think maybe was one of your favorites?
Yeah, well, you can't, the army marches on its stomach, right? Yeah, and we astronauts also fly to space on our stomach only, yeah. The food was the fantastic part, and we went for this Knowles training, National Outdoor Leadership School in
Where
Baja.
you really got to bond as a team.
It was fantastic, because we realized it's in such situations when we are kayaking and the weather was down and when the resources are low, and the only thing we have to back on is each other. It was fantastic to know each other really threadbare. And it was beautiful, because these are those moments when you train as a team that we come to know not just the strong points, but the limitations.
Right.
Because when going to space or doing such kind of activity, the most important thing is to know your teammates' weak point so that you can be there to support him.
Right.
At that time. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you, Papa, for being here. Good luck to you. Good luck to India. Good luck to the entire ISRO agency. We're here now, finally. Good luck.
No, definitely. Thank you for having me. And I want to, on behalf of Axiom and all, give a big shout out to my Prime Minister, my chairman, my wife Lena, and my daughter Nandini, and my parents, and everyone back home. Thank you, everyone, and all my countrymen.
Indeed.
Jai Hind.
Indeed. Thank you so much. Well, let's meet our next crew member. We'll take a closer look at Sławomir Wisniewski and the return to space flight for the nation of Poland. Sław is continuing and growing the partnership between Axiom Space and ESA. His scientific background and energetic spirit make him an incredible asset and truly engaging addition to this diverse crew.
I think both mountains and sailing, my head gets clear. I'm focused on how to choose my path.
How are you?
Good, very good.
Congratulations.
Second peak, 6,000 meters.
How does it feel?
Good, perfect.
How I see the world is out there for us to enjoy it. When we live, we try to understand, and actually this is a lifelong learning.
Representing Poland, ESA Project Astronaut Sławomir Wisniewski.
Sławomir Wisniewski. His name is a mouthful, so we quickly gave him the call sign Sław.
He is an engineer from CERN. He is a project astronaut. He is a mountaineer. He is a sailor. And he is so good looking after that.
Sław is surprised. He is a kind of guy whose country should be proud of.
We are the European Organization for Research, known as CERN.
What CERN does, CERN studies what the world is made of, colliding these particles and seeing what happens after it. What are the smallest building blocks of nature. In my work as an engineer, I try to understand what happens around, how to build better systems, how to solve certain problems, and that's, I think, the way how I look at the world. In Europe, we had 5 selections for astronauts since the beginning of the European Space Agency. I followed some of the astronauts, for example, Luca Parmitano, when he was changing the cooling system of the AMS detector, the CERN design. I had no idea if it was going to happen during my life or not. I was a scientist, but I was always waiting for this possibility. And the opportunity came up in 2021 to apply, and then Poland chose to pursue a mission in 2023. That was that moment where the whole journey of me being an astronaut started.
After 50 years since General Mirosław Hermaszewski's mission, the second Poland space will be Sławomir Wisniewski.
This mission to the International Space Station is demonstrating the capabilities, but it's also demonstrating the ambition that Poland wants to contribute at the global scale. Today, I represent Poland, but also I represent a generation of Polish people to be able to contribute to technology and science at the global level. Space is for everyone. I am Sławomir Wisniewski, ESA Project Astronaut from Poland.
I'm joined now by Frank Duin, ESA, ISS, and Terra Nove Program Manager. Thank you so much for being here. You've launched from Baikonur. How's it feel to be just yards from the clock here at Kennedy?
Well, it feels great, of course, to be back here. We have, of course, launched already a lot of ESA astronauts here on SpaceX Crew Dragon missions, and so it's always great to be back.
Especially on a launch day, right?
Especially on a launch date, yes, certainly.
And this is your ESA's second time launching a Project Astronaut with Axiom Space. It's a new concept. What kind of lessons learned did you get from AX3 the first time a Project Astronaut flew on an AX mission?
Well, the lessons learned that we had, of course, is that these missions can be extremely successful for ESA and for our member states. We can do a lot of science on those missions, technology development. For example, during the mission here with Sławomir, we will have 13 Polish experiments that will be flying. It's not only about the science, it's also building industrial capability in our member states, gaining support for our exploration program. So these missions can be highly successful for ESA and for the member states that decides to implement them.
And does it also grow the pool of astronauts in a unique way? What are you finding as the pool is growing?
Well, the pool is growing a little bit, of course. The project astronauts, after their mission, they go back to their normal job. But of course, they remain astronauts. They remain advocacies for space, for education, for STEM. This is also a big part of this mission, inspiration. That we want to bring. If we want to fight climate change, for example, in the future, we need more and more engineers, we need more scientists, and this is needed for our society. So inspiration is also a very important part of this mission.
So tell us a little bit about Sławomir. Why was he chosen? Why was he chosen for this mission? What do you think he's going to bring to the table during the mission and after?
Well, Sławomir, in the first place, of course, is an excellent scientist. He has worked a lot in CERN as an engineer and a scientist, so he brings that aspect, of course, with him. He has a great personality. If you see pictures of Sławomir, he's always smiling. So that is also something that he can bring to a crew, but also to the European Astronaut Corps. And then again, in Poland, he's really a hero. He's really a star. And that's really great for the young kids that can look up to him and that can also invest their careers in science and in technology.
So you think it's going to make a huge impact in Poland. What do you think it's going to do for exploration for the young people of the nation of Poland?
Well, I think it's good for exploration and also for ESA, by the way, because through the mission of Sławomir, Poland is also engaging more in exploration, engaging more in the European Space Agency, bringing extra funds to us, so that's great. And again, we will build up industrial capability in Poland, which we all also need. If we want to go to a low Earth orbit economy, for example, we will have to build up more actors, more players that can work and that can contribute to this economy. And therefore, as well, this is a great endeavor. And of course, we will need young people in the future to do this. And that's why Sławomir and this mission will be a great success, I believe.
Thank you so much, Frank. Thank you for being here. Good luck to ESA. Congratulations to ESA and the country of Poland. And I can't wait for this wonderful evening. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much for having me.
Well, let's move on to our next crew member. It's Tibor Kapu. It's an exciting time for his country and his mission, and I want to tell you a little bit about it. This Central European nation is among those who have more recently turned their attention to spaceflight, adopting a formal strategy to get a Hungarian into space for the first time since 1980. This is a return to space that's been 45 years in the making. This is Hunor astronaut Tibor Kapu.
When I was watching Olympics with my mom, I remember that anyone who had a Hungarian flag on, on a jersey or on them, we were just cheering for them, like they were our own family members. These are the guys who we are all proud of. Spaceflight, in my eyes, is something similar.
Tibor, what I really admire about Tibor, he's an engineer also, but he has the enthusiasm that bonds our crew together.
He is life. I describe him like that. He walks into a place, he walks into a room, and everything livens up.
He's funny. He's the person that brings lightness to the team. He's an engineer like myself, so we have this in common, this connection.
In addition to engineering skills, Tibor is a huge space buff. And if you are not motivated about spaceflight before you meet him, you will be a fan afterwards.
It is actually coming from childhood. I remember, assembling so many sets of Legos. I did, Star Wars. I did all kinds of planes. I was looking for my place for a really long time. But for a long time, actually, I didn't even know what to do. I remember this really cool moment with my dad. He explained to me what does a mechanical engineer do, and that's when we discussed that, okay, I will be a mechanical engineer. It was great, I loved it, but I knew that I could do much more. I knew that I'm destined to achieve greater things. I was a rocket enthusiast for such a long time, but I didn't have a chance to work in that field. The selection process for Hunar, it was announced in 2021. I was extremely enthusiastic. It wasn't a question if I'm taking that opportunity or not. We did 14 months of rigorous selection process, physical and psychological and cognitive stuff. The whole thing took like 2.5 years. It's much harder than I thought, actually. May 26th was the anniversary of Bertalan Farkas flying to space. He was the first Hungarian astronaut. On that day and that night, I was selected. And I was actually quite proud of myself that I could prove to myself that I am capable of focusing for months and years in order to stand here. So people have been calling me their sons since the selection, especially in my hometown. I feel their love, I feel their energy, I feel that they are proud of me. I want to be special for my country. And if it will spark or ignite anything in them, then I think we are doing our job quite well. My name is Tibor Kapu, and I'm mission specialist for AX4.
I'm joined now by Gyula Szirinyi, a fellow Hungarian astronaut who has been selected alongside Tibor in Hunar's first class of astronauts. Thank you so much for being here, Gyula. You and Tibor were selected around the same time. Tell us what that moment was like.
Thank you. It's a great honor to be here. Well, it's a really interesting story because we had a really long selection process, and after the selection, we had 14 months of basic training in Hungary. And even in these 14 months...
All right, well, we're going to come back to all of this very, very exciting stuff coming in. But for the moment, what we'd like to do is play this interview done by my colleague Ranveer with the family of Shubhanshu Shukla, India's astronaut set to blast off into space.
स्कूल में आज लॉन्च को लेकर के बड़ी तैयारियां हैं और शुभांशु का जब परिवार यहां पहुंचा तो स्कूल के चेयरपर्सन गीता गांधी ने उनके माता पिता और बहनों और साथ ही जो परिवार के अन्य सदस्य हैं उनका स्वागत किया। आप तस्वीरें देखिए, टिमोटेसी स्कूल है, शुचि जी हैं, उनकी बहन, उनके पिता हैं। शुचि जी, अब तो समझना चाहूँगा, बिल्कुल वो मोमेंट आने वाला है जिस मोमेंट में एक हिस्टोरिक मूव शुभांशु करने वाले हैं। कितना एक्साइटमेंट, कितना भावुक पल?
भावुक ज़्यादा हो रहे हैं अभी। एक्साइटमेंट की कोई लिमिट नहीं है, कोई स्केल नहीं है हमारे पास कि हम कितना एक्साइटेड हो सकते हैं। वी आर हाईली 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 हैप्पी एंड प्राउड राइट नाउ, एंड इट्स काइंड ऑफ मिक्स ऑफ इमोशंस राइट नाउ कि हम बहुत सारी चीज़ें एक साथ सोच रहे हैं। एंड बट पॉजिटिवली येस, एवरीथिंग इज़ गोइंग टू बी बेस्ट।
बात हुई कल उनसे?
आज सुबह भी बात हुई है। मिशन से जाने से पहले जब वो रेडी हो रहे थे तब उन्होंने हमसे बात करी, एंड ही वॉज ऑल्सो वेरी पॉजिटिवली हाई एट दैट मोमेंट कि हम बहुत दिनों से इस चीज़ के लिए मेहनत कर रहे थे।
क्या कहा उन्होंने?
बस he is highly happy, he was smiling, and he was just waiting for the moment because he is waiting for this flight from a long period of time actually.
ये बार टेक्निकल ग्लिचेस और इसके बाद आज फाइनली जो है अब तो नहीं लग रहा ना कोई शक शुबा?
No, of course not. लेकिन हम मजाक में यही बोल रहे थे कि until unless you are not leaving the earth, we are not going to trust you. So that is how it is.
अगला 14 दिन तो बहुत डर के साथ या बहुत एक्साइटमेंट के साथ कैसे बीतेगा, क्या लग रहा है?
कुछ सिचुएशंस ऐसी होती हैं लाइफ में या कुछ इमोशंस ऐसे होते हैं जब आपको पता नहीं होता कि हाउ टू रिएक्ट, एंड दिस इज़ वन ऑफ दोज सिचुएशन एक्चुअली, सो कांट से मच अबाउट इट। जी बिल्कुल।
दीदी, आपने तो उस दिन हमें उस कहानी बताई थी शादी के दिन वाली, आप अभी भी इमोशनल हो रही हैं, क्या बात किया आपने? ये जो खुशी के आंसू हैं, ये खुशी के आंसू किस बात के? एक्साइटमेंट की वजह से, डर की वजह से, क्या है?
नहीं, ये एक्साइटमेंट की वजह से ही है। बहुत खुशी का पल है हमारे लिए, और इतनी दूर हमसे पहली बार जा रहा है, शायद इसलिए है।
इतनी दूर तो जल्दी कोई जाता ही नहीं है।
और मैं प्रार्थना करती हूँ इस समय कि सारे मिशन उसके अच्छे से कंप्लीट हो करके सेफली वो हमारे घर पे आ जाए वापस।
क्या कहा सुबह आपने उनसे?
सुबह बस जब फाइनल वो तैयारी पे जा रहा था अपनी, तब उसने यही बोला, जस्ट वेट फॉर मी, आई एम कमिंग। बस मैं टच करके आता हूँ।
आप लोगों ने उनको क्या सुझाव दिया?
हम लोगों ने बस यही सुझाव दिया कि अपनी फिजिकल और मेंटल हेल्थ का हमेशा ध्यान रखो और किसी भी तरह की डिस्ट्रैक्शन वाली बात पे कभी भी ध्यान मत दो। इस समय सारा का सारा फोकस तुम्हारे मिशन पे होना चाहिए।
अच्छा, इंडियन फैमिलीज जब कहीं बच्चा जाता है ना, तो कई तरह के शुभ अशुभ को लेकर के कई सारी एक्टिविटीज़ करते हैं। जैसे हम लोग की माँ दही चीनी खिला देती थी, इस तरह का भी कुछ किया?
नहीं, इस तरह का हमारा कुछ भी नहीं है। पर हम लोग सुबह से, हमारी मम्मी जी 4 बजे से 4:30 बजे से नहा धो के पूजा स्टार्ट कर दी उन्होंने। सुंदरकांड वगैरह भी पाठ किया हमने और दही चीनी हमने अपने लड्डू गोपाल को खिला दिया मंदिर में। तो समझो हमने अपने भाई को भी खिला दिया।
तो खिला नहीं सकती थी, तो प्रतीक के तौर पे यहाँ खिला?
हाँ जी, प्रतीक के तौर पे ही खिला दिया।
माता जी से भी बात करते हैं, पिताजी से भी बात करते हैं। तो ऐसे में अम्मा एक चीज़ अभी अम्मा दीदी माता जी साथ में, अम्मा दीदी भी बता रही हैं लड्डू गोपाल को आप लोगों ने दही चीनी खिलाई।
हाँ, लड्डू गोपाल को भी खिलाया, उसको भी फेसबुक पे खिलाया, बेटे को भी खिलाया।
खिलाया नहीं तो ऐसे खिलाया, व्हाट्सएप पर खिलाया।
व्हाट्सएप पे दही चीनी?
बिल्कुल, और क्या, बच्चे को जो है
दूर से तो उसने वहाँ बोल नहीं दिया, सामने खिलाया उसको, उसने वहाँ अपने आप खा लिया उठा के दही चीनी उसने वहाँ।
क्या आपने क्या और कहा?
कुछ नहीं कहा, हमने कहा बेटा जाओ अच्छे से मिशन कंप्लीट करके वापस आओ, फिर मिलते हैं अच्छे से। गले
14 दिन कैसे बीतेगा?
अच्छे से बीतेंगे।
डर से बीतेगा?
नहीं, डर नहीं,
कोई डर नहीं। डर
तो देखिए यहाँ पे गीता गांधी जी भी हैं, स्कूल के चेयरमैन है। मैम बहुत कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस के। हाँ जी बिल्कुल, आप इधर आ जाइए प्लीज़।
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit. सज गया है मंच, शिरकत करेंगे जाने माने कलाकार। एनडीटीवी का क्रिएटर्स मंच है आपके लिए तैयार। शामिल होंगे लेजेंडरी राइटर जावेद अख्तर, अपनी कविताओं से युवाओं के दिलों पर राज करने वाले कवि कुमार विश्वास, समय से परे की फिल्म बनाने वाले डायरेक्टर इम्तियाज अली और बेस्ट सेलिंग राइटर चेतन भगत। यहाँ फन और एंटरटेनमेंट मिलेगा, साहित्य से नई रचनाएं, नई सोच, नया मंच एनडीटीवी लाया है आपके लिए क्रिएटर्स मंच। आप भी जुड़ें एनडीटीवी नेटवर्क पर।
50 years of the emergency.
भाइयों और बहनों, राष्ट्रपति जी ने आपातकाल की घोषणा की है।
India's darkest hour, June 25th, 1975. Lest we forget. The emergency. NDTV rewinds when democracy was suspended.
लोकतंत्र का गला घोट दिया गया था। भारत के संविधान निर्माताओं की तपस्या को मिट्टी में मिलाने की कोशिश की गई थी।
Indira Gandhi's assault on freedom. An NDTV special, Wednesday, June 25th.
Well, in a little more than an hour from now, it's going to be an incredible moment for India. India's big cosmic leap, with Shubhanshu Shukla getting set to blast off to the International Space Station on the Axiom 4 mission. It's a SpaceX rocket. It's a Crew Dragon spacecraft, also made by SpaceX. Axiom Space is a private aerospace company. NASA is an important partner. And of course, ISRO is as well. So we've got these fantastic images of what happened a little while back with the 4 crew members now seated, strapped in to the Crew Dragon spacecraft, getting set. Final mission checks have taken place. The hatch has been closed. There was a fiber which was found during a leak check that caused a bit of a concern. But that's been cleared because there was a second leak test which took place and everything seems to be working fine. So that's actually live video of them inside. But before we come back to them, here's my colleague Radhika with a lot of people looking in at this blast off, which is going to take place in about an hour from now.
It's a big day for India as Indian astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla will be traveling to space today, and I am at the Nehru Space Center in Mumbai at the Aviation and Space Hall, and around me are models of space. You have mission control model right here, rockets, launchers, all of it, and there is a space suit which is what perhaps Shubhanshu Shukla will be wearing. That's the model of a space suit here. And I have with me a lot of excited students as well who are very closely following this mission. Let me go straight across to them. How excited are you?
Yes, ma'am, we are excited as he is the first Indian astronaut who is going to the orbiting laboratory, the International Space Station. And there he's also the group captain of the Indian Air Force, and he's also involved in the Gaganyaan missions.
Right. How big a moment is this for India? How proud are you?
First of all, we are very excited for Shubhanshu Shukla as he will be spending 14 days at our International Space Station, where he will be conducting around 60+ science experiments, which will be helping in the research of microgravity and also Axiom Space in building another space station. So, best wishes to them.
What are you looking forward to in this mission?
So, firstly, I'm very delighted to have him in this mission. So, let's see how he does it so well, and all the best to him for his landing and all over the mission.
And how big a deal is this for aspiring astronauts and science students and space enthusiasts like all of you?
So it is a big day for humanity as a whole, because this is a time when human life is getting closer to revealing the secrets of space, and especially for India, it is such a big day that we have one captain going to space. And there will be several experiments which they will be conducting there, which will unravel a lot of mysteries of the space and human life.
So what's the message you have for Shubhanshu Shukla?
For Shubhanshu Shukla, he is representing our country, and he will really open so many opportunities for next generation of India.
All right, let's just go back to live footage now coming in from SpaceX. The crew on board the Crew Dragon spacecraft at this stage going through various checks. Let's just take a look.
Over the last 10 months to ensure the Axiom 4 crew and all those who support them are ready for their mission on station. Kicking off efforts at Axiom Space headquarters in August of 2024, this crew immediately began to familiarize themselves with the range of teams and systems and operations they would need to become proficient with in order to succeed. So from selecting the food they would eat and learning how to prepare it with the food warming and hydration systems on orbit, to understanding the tools and systems available to them throughout the station, Learning every seemingly small detail is critical to ensure mission success. While in Building 9 at Johnson Space Center, the crews learned and rehearsed routine operations, medical procedures, emergency situations, and media outreach engagements. All of these lessons built up to full-scale simulations that were run in coordination with ground teams at Johnson and around the world.
And as the name of the International Space Station suggests, specific modules are owned and operated by different nations. The crew traveled to Japan to learn the systems of the Japanese experiment module, also known as Kibo. With hands-on training that culminated in a round of testing, the crew became certified to use Kibo for their flight. The crew then traveled to Germany to earn their certification for the systems in the European module, known as Columbus. As an ESA project astronaut, Sławomir had additional trainings at the European Astronaut Center.
And beyond the specific requirements of each space station module, the crew participated in a range of efforts that would not only bond them into a crew, but also ensure they were physically and mentally prepared for any scenario.
All right, about 1 hour, 6 minutes and 20 seconds to go for the blast-off of the Axiom 4 mission with Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla on board. There are good wishes coming in from across the country. Let's listen in.
A day in an altitude chamber to experience how their bodies react to different oxygen levels, and even around in helicopter underwater.
Shuks, good luck to you and the rest of the crew. Enjoy it.
Will it be very hard for him?
I don't think so. He'll feel some pressure. He'll be under a lot of tension to keep up with the pace because it's pretty fast, but he's very well trained. He'll do great.
Will there be a happy landing for him?
Happy splashdown.
A happy splashdown for Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla.
I have no doubt he can do it, and he's a really amazing person. Down to ground in terms of dealing with the instructors and with everyone, very professional. And I like to work with him and also with his backup, also Papa.
Trust your training, because sometimes, it's still an unexpected environment that he hasn't been in, that you haven't been in. So trust your training like you've been doing your whole life. Do the right thing, keep calm if things don't go the way it's expected. It's space, it doesn't always cooperate, and enjoy the ride. Try to make yourself some good memories. Look at the Earth, take pictures of your activities, of your crewmates, and it's gonna go super fast. So be really conscious in trying to imprint those memories on your brain, because you're going to need them when you come back.
Do you have any message for Group Captain Shukla as he goes into the Falcon 9 Crew Dragon for a liftoff?
So I do have a message, but it is not very different than what Shukla has already spoken about, that Shukla has this great responsibility. Rakesh Sharma sir was somebody who flew decades ago. In the modern world era, Shukla has got that opportunity to fly into space. And it is not Shukla alone who gets to fly into space, but as a space traveler, I'm sure that Shukla will have a lot of gratitude for all the people who've made him reach where he is, or for that matter, who were involved in the making of the four of us. These are those faceless people who
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7. Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Good morning. Today, India marks a historic moment as Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, an Indian Air Force pilot, is set to become the first Indian to visit the International Space Station on board Axiom 4. That's the name of the mission. It launches in 59 minutes from now. Just 59 minutes. It's all going well according to plan. It blasts off, does the SpaceX built Crew Dragon capsule on board a Falcon 9 rocket, also made by SpaceX from NASA's Kennedy Space Center. Along him, his commander, Peggy Whitson, a very experienced astronaut, along with astronauts from Poland and Hungary. They get up to the International Space Station. There have been multiple delays, including a bit of a concern today when a fiber was found in a seal during a leak check, right, of the cabin, of the capsule itself. That's been subsequently cleared, and it's all systems go. Let's listen in.
In the history of human spaceflight, fewer than 700 people have ever been to orbit. At SpaceX, we want to help create a future where not just hundreds of people, but thousands and ultimately millions of people can travel off Earth to live and work in space and on other planets.
Each of those missions you just mentioned represent truly significant firsts that have helped shape this generation of human spaceflight. And at Axiom Space, we've had the opportunity to provide foundational firsts as well. Working with SpaceX and NASA on all three of our orbital spaceflight missions to date, to fully appreciate the progress being made together, it's worth noting that our three flights have helped provide greater access and set new precedents worldwide for private astronaut missions aboard the International Space Station, all within the last 4 years. And I'd love to take a quick look back at just a few of these with you now. On April 8th, 2022, just over 3 years ago, Axiom Mission 1 launched aboard Dragon Endeavour on a mission that would span 17 days on orbit, with 15 days of those on board the International Space Station. Led by Commander Michael Lopez Alegria, the crew facilitated 26 research payloads and participated in over 30 STEAM events. Beyond the onboard science efforts, this mission was a pivotal moment for the community at large, serving as a proof of concept for how private operations could be conducted on the orbiting lab in conjunction with the expedition crews living aboard the International Space Station. This was the next step in human spaceflight collaboration. So this was followed up a little over a year later by Axiom Mission 2, which launched aboard Dragon Freedom.
SpaceX, for awareness, we're cycling the orbit tank isolation valves to equalize low flow pressure.
Dragon copy.
Pausing there for that update. And I believe that may be all for that. I'll pick up where we were. So Commander Peggy Whitson led American John Schaffner and 2 Saudi Arabian national astronauts, Ali Al-Qarni and Rayana Barnawi, on a 10-day mission outside our atmosphere with over 8 days aboard the orbiting laboratory. And over the course of their 126 orbits, they conducted 26 research efforts and participated in 20 STEAM events. This became the first private mission with government-sponsored astronauts. And last year, in January of 2024, we conducted Axiom Mission 3, which saw Commander Michael Lopez Alegria once again lead a crew to the station. This was our longest flight to date at over 21 days, covering 346 orbits. The crew spent over 18 days on station and worked with 54 payloads, conducted 28 STEAM engagements. Flying once again on Dragon Freedom, this was the first all-European astronaut mission to the International Space Station. And here we are today. With Axiom Mission 4, we add a projected 14 more days of operational flight heritage and make possible an additional 60 research payloads. Each of these flights builds on the one that came before it, certainly, but it also is meant to open up access to low Earth orbit just a little bit more, providing opportunities for more nations and organizations than ever before to participate in human spaceflight. It's the fact that now 11 nations have been represented across our flights that speaks to the success of missions like these.
We visited with the crew of AX4 to get their thoughts on what our collective future in space looks like.
I believe that SpaceX and Axiom Space are serving as pathfinders for what commercial space is going to be in the future.
It is like a paradigm shift in how we used to think.
All right, well, just in case you're tuning in now, the big story we are tracking in just less than an hour from now, the Axiom 4 mission with Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla on board is set to blast off. It appears to be all systems go for the moment. The weather is okay. Leak checks of the cabin itself have been completed of the crew module. Those are going all right. That's been successfully passed after an initial anomaly. Apart from that, there is propellant loading, which has also been taking place. And you've got the live images of the crew in the bottom right-hand side of your screen. Shubhanshu Shukla, the pilot in the mission, right there in the center. So it's all happening now. The launch scheduled for 12:01 p.m.
Scientific research, technology demonstrations, and expand what we are doing in space. These precursor missions, like the Axiom 4 mission, are just the tip of the iceberg for expanding in low Earth orbit and way beyond even.
Like we say, space has space for everyone. And this is what it means. And I think that is the essence of spaceflight.
I love Peggy's comment there that this is really just the tip of the iceberg.
Absolutely.
The International Space Station may not last forever, but there's a lot in the works today to enable even more research and more capabilities off-planet.
Of course. And so for Axiom Space, missions like AX4, as we've said, not only create opportunities for our customers to accomplish their goals in microgravity, but they are also invaluable in developing our teams and our systems for our own future Axiom Station.
When the time comes and the International Space Station reaches the end of its operational life,
Dragon SpaceX for awareness, we are continuing troubleshooting on the wind file upload. It has not been resolved yet. Troubleshooting is continuing.
to follow up on that comment we had earlier.
Dragon copies, continuing troubleshooting.
We were going to keep working this issue in the lead up to launch. So as I was saying, when the time comes and the International Space Station reaches the end of its operational life, SpaceX will help deorbit the orbiting lab. NASA awarded SpaceX a contract to develop the U.S. Deorbit Vehicle, or USDV, a modified Dragon designed to guide the station through a controlled re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere to ensure that upon re-entry, the space...
All right, well, we'll come back to that live feed from the Axiom 4 and SpaceX. But joining us now, Eric Von Anken. He's an anchor at WKMG-TV News 6 Orlando. Thanks once again, Eric, for being with us. The last I heard, they were troubleshooting a couple of things. Do you have any idea what that might be?
Good morning, Vishu. Yes, trying to get more details as we speak on this, but this is a major problem. This is a deal breaker. Essentially, what Mission Control is trying to do over at SpaceX headquarters here at the Kennedy Space Center is send weather data, wind data specifically, to the capsule, the very top of the Falcon 9 behind me. So that's the Dragon crew capsule that, of course, is sitting on top of the rocket. That's where the 4 astronauts are, including your captain. And the reason that this weather data, this wind data, is so crucial is because it assists the computers on board in the event that upon liftoff, there's a major anomaly and the launch abort system, or during liftoff, so as we get further up the East Coast here of the United States, during ascent, if there is a major problem and the launch abort system must activate suddenly. So what that is essentially a bunch of rocket thrusters at the bottom of the capsule. So the astronauts really are sitting on top of those thrusters. Instantaneously, those thrusters fire and they push the capsule out of harm's way. Well, of course, the capsule has to land. It has to come down, likely somewhere in the ocean, of course, because the trajectory is taking it from here up the coast, headed towards Europe, but then eventually we're into orbit. So there's parachutes, obviously, that assist this capsule in gently splashing down on the water, but there are wind conditions depending on the varying locations that this capsule could touch down somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean. So Mission Control needs to get this data to the Dragon so the Dragon knows how to respond in these conditions if, God forbid, there is an anomaly and this capsule ends up in the Atlantic Ocean instead of orbit. And if that launch abort system cannot be enabled because the data cannot be uploaded, that means they cannot fuel this rocket. So because they have 4 astronauts sitting on a whole bunch of liquid oxygen and liquid kerosene, they enable this launch abort system and then they go tank, they go fuel. They start loading the rocket with this super cold propellant, and that happens around 45 minutes or so before launch. So about an hour out, that's when the launch team makes the decision, yes, we're going to go ahead with fueling. About 45 minutes out, they start to fill those tanks on that rocket with that super cold fuel. If they cannot upload the weather conditions, the profile, they cannot arm that launch abort system. If they cannot arm the launch abort system, they cannot fuel. And of course, if they can't fuel, they cannot fly. Vishnu, I should tell you, this is an instantaneous window. So 2:31 here, our time. If they cannot fuel, starting quite soon, they will not be done fueling, which means they will miss that instantaneous 2:31 a.m. our Eastern Standard Time launch window. So we await another update.
No, so what is the window that we are now looking at? In how many minutes approximately do you believe this problem needs to be fixed?
That is a tough question to answer, Vishnu. So what I can tell you, it's been about 15, 20 minutes since Mission Control first announced that they've been troubleshooting, trying to upload this data, this information to the Dragon capsule. As you heard, because we were just listening before I came to you, to the communications, they continue to troubleshoot that issue. I can tell you, I cover many rocket launches, covered the space shuttle launches before this. I cannot tell you in any of the launches that I've ever covered that this particular issue has ever popped up. There's a lot of things that could go wrong leading up to launch. Usually has to do with leaks, as we've talked about. Something like the liquid hydrogen leak, or liquid oxygen leak, I should say, specific to this booster last time. In this case, it's a matter, it sounds like, of just trying to upload this data. Is everything else being uploaded correctly? It sounds like it. If this is the only issue that they're troubleshooting, why this particular data set, Vishnu, is not making it to the capsule, I can't tell you. But what it does sound like is they're trying to address this issue over and over again. Listening to see if there is a status update.
You go ahead and listen.
You know what, Vishnu? Listen into that.
Obviously, the thing we're waiting to hear from over the countdown net is the troubleshooting going on with the wind upload of data to the Dragon spacecraft. We heard just a couple of minutes ago they're still working on it. We have to have that on board before we get to essentially crew access armor track and then launch escape system armed. So we're going to continue to monitor that as we get a little bit closer. Now on the Falcon 9, good news, the chief engineer pulled the team. They don't see any issues right now. They'll be doing their final pull at T-minus 45 minutes or so to go into propellant load. Now, we talked about Dragon. They're working no other issues other than getting the wind file uploaded. The good news, weather, the weather officer T-minus 1 hour said phenomenal. So we'll take that all night long. And then finally, around the launch pad, flight danger, hazard areas are clear. Both around both pad 39A as well as tonight landing zone 1, because the first stage is coming back about 9 miles south of the launch site.
So weather is good, no issues on Dragon. The only particular issue is this uploading of the weather data. But again, that, as I said, is a showstopper. If that does not happen, they will not fly tonight.
No, it is such a disappointment, because as things, and you were alluding to this, as things go, that it seems to be a relatively smaller problem to fix than, let's say, a propellant leak or one of 1,000 other things that can go wrong. This is a data link to transfer wind data onto the crew capsule, which isn't going through for some reason. So it could be what, a hardware issue? It could be a software issue as well, right?
Very likely a software issue, Vishnu. Again, I don't design these rockets, but I can tell you, covering a lot of these launches, it's just a matter of transferring this data, like I said, to the capsule. So going from mission control, here on property, about a mile away, for maybe half a mile from where I'm standing, to listening for an update. Sounds like nothing has changed. To the launch pad about 3.5 miles behind me. But what's so bizarre about this, and you were referencing that as well, how is it that all of this other data is flowing to the capsule? I mean, there's comm checks back and forth, right? And all this information is being sent to the capsule and back to mission control. I mean, there's thousands of sensors on this rocket and capsule that every single second are monitoring every single component, any sort of volatility on that rocket. There are valves, there are gauges, and all of that data is flowing back and forth, but not the weather data for a potential, but very unlikely, landing abort situation. Why that is, again, we have never had this in from what I can recall.
It just, again, speculating, wouldn't there be a bypass for the data link, another way to transmit this information, given that there is an active information flow between various aspects of the rocket and the crew capsule and mission control?
You would think, Vishnu, you would absolutely think. So typically, they deal with these problems as they come up, right? And they're very familiar with leaks because that's a matter of hoses connecting and clamping together these are connection points. We dealt with that when the Artemis rocket launched here several years ago. But something like data transfer, you would think that this is the least of their worries. What I can tell you is that they have now brought in everyone who's in that room to look at this problem to try and figure out, is it on this end? Is it a matter of the data's stuck and it's not being received? I'm totally with you. Nothing makes sense about just this particular data set that cannot make it to Dragon, when everything else, we just heard from the commentator, everything else tonight is a go. Absolutely everything. Even those typical problems. So, I think from what it's sounding like, this has a lot of people in Axiom, SpaceX, also mission control
for a second,
right now.
Pallav with me has a few details to share. Go ahead, Pallav.
No, I just heard that they will go on till T-minus 37 minutes. That is when they need to arm the crew escape system. And if they are not able to do that, then we'll have to wait and watch. So we still have 7 minutes to resolve this wind data upload, which will happen on the Crew Dragon. So there is still a window. Not all hope is not lost.
All right, all hope is not lost. Eric, I'm coming back to you in half a second. I'm going to try and listen in. We're trying to cut to the live feed. Let's see if they're saying anything. Just be with us. Yeah.
Imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
Development, launch control has been told to arm the system or to remove the to remove the arm leading up to the rocket.
Pulling away from the Dragon spacecraft, this is going to take about a minute and a half to retract all the way. Then we'll get confirmation it is in the launch position. The next step after that is going to be the crew, close the visors, confirm that, and then begin launch escape arming. As we mentioned, we want to get launch escape arming finished by about T-minus 37 minutes, which means we've got about 5 minutes to finish troubleshooting the wind upload to the Dragon vehicle. Now, currently on Falcon 9, all conditions are go on the launch vehicle. That was the poll that we and the instructions we heard from the launch director. Dragon's working its one issue. Weather looks good. Range is ready to support.
Crew access arm retraction complete.
All right, that is the confirmation. The arm is back in the launch position. Next, they'll give the crew the command to go ahead and close and lock their visors.
All right. Again, just for the benefit.
I think right now we're probably waiting just a little bit longer. We want to give the Dragon team as much time as they can have before we move into the sequence where we then have the crew arm the launch escape system. Now, if we do get through this and we solve the upload issue, at T-minus 35 minutes, we will begin propellant load. Once we do that, then there's no chance to hold the clock. We would have to complete the countdown and launch on time, or as we have mentioned during the webcast, we do have another opportunity tomorrow about 24 hours from now. We're inside 41 minutes, continuing to troubleshoot the problem.
Go back to Eric von Anken, anchor at WKMG TV News 6 in Orlando. Eric, you've been listening in as well. Fill our viewers in on what the problem is and where we stand.
Yeah, this is not good, Vishnu. So they have retracted. We're up against the clock. We have about 4 to 5 minutes currently before they have to call this off. I know we don't launch until 2:31 Eastern Standard Time, but a few things have to happen. So first is the retraction of the crew arm. That's what they just did. The rocket's here, the pad is here, and the structure is here. So the arm connects both so the astronauts can walk across the crew arm and get into the capsule. They cannot launch if they don't move that arm out of the way, so the capsule and the rocket are clear to head to space. They have done that, it sounds like, really just trying to be hopeful. The reason they also did it is because they need to save time. So first, they need to move that arm out of the way. Second, they need to decide, yes, we're going to go ahead with tanking. And then once they make that decision, they must arm that launch abort system, which again lifts the capsule up and away in case there's a problem. And then they start putting fuel on board that rocket. Well, we're down into the final minutes now because they need about a half hour or so to get all of the fuel they need onto that rocket. And they will not start fueling unless they can fix this upload problem, like we talked about earlier, sending the data, weather data, to the capsule that the capsule needs to land itself autonomously in the ocean if there is some sort of problem and this launch abort system is engaged. The problem now is that we're right up against the amount of time that they will need to put all this fuel on board the rocket. And if they can't arm,
Eric, we're just cutting across
they cannot
now.
fuel.
And listening in, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
See on the screen, we're also going to begin escape system arming. It's going to take about 50 seconds once they get into it. We will then get confirmation that the launch escape system is armed. And from there, we will move into propellant loading coming up in 3 minutes at T-minus 35. So we passed a major milestone, everything looking good. And it's kind of quiet here right now. Everybody's kind of tense. We were waiting to see how it'd go, Paul. But with that, it looks like we're doing good
John, you're right.
in the timeline.
We have taken a sigh of relief. No extra breath here. Smiles are returning. But with that.
Launch escape
Has
system
been
is
uploaded.
verified armed.
It appears. We're just waiting to hear back a little bit more. The big breaking news coming in is that
Very good. With all of those call-outs and the progress now being made again towards launch, let us tell you more about their destination, the International Space Station. And with that, we'll send you to NASA's
go back to
Johnson
Eric
Space Center and
for a
Stanford
moment. They're
Jones.
celebrating. The astronauts are celebrating. The wind file data appears to have been transferred successfully to the crew module. Without that, the launch abort system, which is an emergency system, would not be functional. With that important piece of data, they can move quickly to fully readying the rocket for launch. Eric, let me come back to you. Eric von Anken, anchor WKMG TV News 6, Orlando. Eric, the last I heard is everything looking good. Are we through that
Yes.
little nightmare?
Yes, Vishnu, and you called it. We're looking at the pictures ourselves here at the Kennedy Space Center of the astronauts, clearly relieved, clearly excited, because that was really the big hurdle. I mean, they got to be saying to themselves right now, we're going. So they didn't. There was no
Eric,
announcement
they fixed
that the
that with
upload
less
went
than
through.
1 minute to go. They fixed that with less than 1 minute to go. This mission would have been scrubbed in a minute, right? Talk about a last second sort of, look, it's not over yet because we've still got about half an hour, 34 minutes for the launch. Be that as it may, this was a deal breaker for today. But carry on. Yeah, go ahead, Eric.
Right, and this is how it happens so often. I mean, so many of these launches come down to the last few minutes, sometimes the last few seconds. You're right, that window was closing really fast, very, very quickly, and it turns out they must have gotten the data uploaded, again, the weather data, to arm the launch abort system, which they did smartly. You know, they thought ahead. You know, we talked about things that pop up. This had never popped up, but obviously you got some smart people in mission control thinking we need to start moving the arm because we're going to be up against that clock. They moved the arm out of the way. They polled the team. You know, what that is they go around the room and they say, oh, we go for fueling. And so the whole team says, go, 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 go. They all decided to go. And then that's when they arm the launch abort system. It just takes a few seconds. And now they have started to fuel the rocket. Again, the reason that this is a time-sensitive process is because the fuel is, I want to say, minus 200 plus 200 plus degrees Fahrenheit negative, right? So this is super chilled liquid, and they need to keep it this cold, to keep it compressed, to fit as much, of course, on board the rocket in those tanks as possible. So in order to do that, and SpaceX is really the only rocket builder that does this, they have decided to put the astronauts on board first, which is totally different than how they launched the space shuttle, by the way. They would fuel and then bring the astronauts in. But this is a much more efficient process because they want to wait till the last minute to keep the liquid fuel, the liquid kerosene and the liquid oxygen on board those tanks as cold as possible. So that's why you bring in the astronauts first. You sit them on top of that rocket, put them in that capsule, arm that launch abort system, which they did, and then they connect the hoses and they start letting that propellant, super cold, just gush
some more
into
information
that
coming in.
rocket.
Pallav,
But
go ahead.
again,
Vishnu, what I heard from SpaceX is that they are still going ahead with the launch at 1 minute past 12 o'clock. So things are running on time. The issues which happened on the fiber on the hatch and then with this wind file upload onto the Crew Dragon have all been resolved. Both the aerospace grade kerosene and liquid oxygen is being loaded onto the spacecraft, and now we should have a launch unless some other glitch pops up, but we'll have to wait till T minus 30 seconds when the final liftoff signal is given. So right now, things looking good, the weather is good, and the 4 astronauts have their visors closed in the Crew Dragon, and they are now ready for liftoff in less than 33 minutes. So all set for
31
liftoff.
minutes, 31 minutes, 46 seconds approximately. Eric, go ahead. Anything else you're picking up?
No other issues. Like we said, they are fueling as we speak. The update you just got seconds ago from that gentleman, that's what we're hearing out here as well, that the super cold liquid is flowing into these tanks. But like I said, SpaceX does it differently because they need to keep the fuel as cold as possible before they lift that rocket off the ground so they can pack as much as possible into the rocket. We talked about an instantaneous launch window. So like we said, Eastern Standard Time here on the East Coast of Florida, 2:31 a.m. If they wait even just seconds, it's not just that the Earth is moving, of course, and the space station doesn't line up. It's that the trajectory. So what we just heard is one of the comparisons. It's one thing if your friends leave with you a few minutes, they get ahead of you, let's say on a highway, right? You take 2 cars, you're heading somewhere, your friends pull in front of you, they take off, but you're on the same highway. That's fine. If you're on a different highway, it doesn't matter how fast you go, you will never catch up to your friends. That's why even waiting just a few seconds outside of our launch window essentially would put the Dragon on a different highway. So they need to be on the same highway. As long as they do that, the Dragon is actually traveling a little bit faster once it gets up into orbit than the actual International Space Station. So that's why it takes about 20 hours or so for Dragon to orbit the Earth and to catch up with the space station. It's basically tailing it until 20 hours later or so when the Dragon capsule catches up to the space station. But that's why we got to go at 2:31.
Okay, I'm going to listen in once again for the benefit of our viewers. Let's see what SpaceX and Axiom are actually saying at this stage.
Everything about today is really timelined down to the minute. As we were talking about earlier today, the crew wake up all the way through launch. We have this kind of precise choreography that is key to our launch site execution. Each of the calls we're hearing, the visual cues that we're seeing, and that we're acknowledging to you who are joining us from around the world, serve as critical synchronization.
Stage 1, cryohelium loading.
There's confirmation there that we're loading the cryohelium on board stage 1 of Falcon 9. And each of these milestones are critical synchronization points for both the ground and crew teams. As they say, slow is smooth and smooth is fast. It's hard to believe that it's been 5 years since Dragon radically changed how humanity gets to space. After the space shuttle program ended in 2011, NASA astronauts primarily used the Russian Soyuz spacecraft for travel to the International Space Station. Until 2020, Dragon was the Russian Soyuz spacecraft was the only human-capable launch vehicle available. Meanwhile, SpaceX's Dragon was being developed, and then in 2010, it became the first commercial spacecraft to be recovered from orbit. In fact, just for fun, because it's cool to know, the Dragon that flew on that first commercial mission is actually the one hanging behind us here in front of Mission Control in Hawthorne. Since then, Dragon has supported 17 human spaceflight missions and flown 66 crew members representing 17 countries. Overall, Dragon has flown 52 missions, carrying over 1,000 experiments and over 300,000 pounds of cargo to space.
Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, so we are still go.
Okay.
Again, the last minute issue, Vishnu, as you said, that came down to about a minute or two before they would have had to call this thing off. They worked out. Just to recap, if people are just tuning in, essentially was trying to upload some weather data to the top of the capsule that the capsule would have needed in case the launch abort system had to be activated during launch. That did not happen. They apparently got the data just in the nick of time to the capsule. They were able to arm the launch abort system, and then they were able to start fueling. So they will fuel this rocket right down to the very last few minutes, even last few seconds before launch time. Then essentially power transitions to the rocket, to the Falcon 9 and the SpaceX capsule, and then the computers fire up, and then these astronauts are headed skyward. I mean, all of this is going to happen very quickly. It really, there's really not a whole lot that typically, I don't want to jinx it, but there's really not a whole lot that typically goes wrong in these last few seconds. Once they start fueling, they see very quickly, is fueling going successfully? It is. And so typically they top off the tanks, and then they go. Transfer power, set up the ground launch sequencer, and then they lift off.
All right. So just in terms of what's happening inside the crew module at this stage, the visors, Pallava, my colleague here, tells me likely to be down at this stage. They'll be going through their final checks. But essentially at this stage, and Eric, correct me if I'm wrong, it's all automated, right?
Correct. Yeah, it's funny. My photographer and I, we were just talking because obviously we're recording the feed that that we're watching from Axiom and watching for movement inside the capsule, watching for movement outside the rocket. The thing is, for the last hour and a half or so, there's really nothing going on. Now it's just the computers in mission control and the team, those 4 astronauts who are now facing skywards because their seats have retracted because they want NASA and SpaceX and also Axiom, as they lift off, they want the G-forces to go through their chest as they're laying back instead of straight up and down. Other than that, they're not doing a whole lot. Maybe running through some of the procedures. They have iPads strapped to their knees. This is an entirely automated process. I mean, I know we have a pilot. I know he's your pilot, but there's not a whole lot to do because this sequence, as I said, the ground launch sequencer takes over in the final seconds before the countdown, and this rocket essentially flies itself to the International Space Station. It can even dock autonomously with the space station, but most of the time it is the pilot that guides the spacecraft as they start to get close to the space station within proximity with a controller. And that is, of course, a very precise process because you certainly don't want to knock into the space station. That would be a major problem. But getting there, they're just going to sit back and they're just going to enjoy the ride and look skyward. The reason that their visors are down now is because, again, if, God forbid, the launch abort system must fire, the kick in the seats is just, it's got to be unbelievable. Probably better than the best roller coaster in the world.
Do we know what G-forces that would be, Eric? I mean, if they had to use the crew aboard, upwards of 6-7 G at least.
It's got to be. You know, I can tell you I flew with the Air Force Thunderbirds here in an F-16, and we hit 9 Gs in a very tight banking turn, and that was just about all I felt my body could handle. Yeah. So, you know, I know it's up there. I know it's really intense because you know, think about this, Vishnu. So, again. Not a scenario we like to talk about, but certainly a scenario that SpaceX and NASA have planned for. This is why the launch abort system exists. But if there were some major anomaly, and we have seen some, not with people on board the top of this rocket, but the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket, there was an incident several years back when they were fueling and the rocket exploded. So Elon Musk tweeted right after that, and he said our launch abort system is so good that it was a satellite that was on top of the rocket at the time, but had there been the Dragon crew capsule with astronauts inside, they would have instantaneously been blasted out of, as I said earlier, harm's way. So these thrusters fire up in milliseconds. I mean, you blink, and the capsule is already lifting off, because of course. An explosion is instantaneous, except what SpaceX did when that happened several years back, they slowed the video down, and you could see that capsule would have had time within milliseconds to lift off by the time that the rocket started to disintegrate and might have put anyone in danger had there been a capsule on that rocket.
All right, Eric, hold on for a second.
It's intense.
We need to take a short commercial break and about, 20 minutes, 57 seconds. And it's all happening now, ladies and gentlemen. It is absolutely huge. After a lot of last-second hitches, it appears that Shubhanshu Shukla, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, is set to blast off along with a wonderful international crew in just a little while from now. We'll take a short break, come back with the way later.
There have been 4 alerts which have been sounded off here. In fact, what we can confirm is that one missile did hit a residential building in Beersheba. As I speak, you can hear the air raid sirens going in. So I will have to make my way and see if we can find us a safe place. This is the announcement being made. Listen into it. We are coming to you live from this location which was hit in Beersheba, a residential high-rise. Ruins of this building tell you the cost that this war, the 12-day war so far, has taken.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India.
To dive into some of the science highlights, I'm joined now by Axiom Space's chief scientist, Dr. Lucy Lowe. Lucy, thanks for joining me here at the desk. With so many science portfolios that are going to be accomplished, there are more than 60 from more than 30 countries. We can't cover it all. Give us a high-level look of what this portfolio looks like.
Yeah, so happy to, Sonia. So this mission is chock-a-block, jam-packed full of really interesting and exciting science. We have everything from human research, understanding how the human body reacts to space. We have some really fun life sciences experiments looking at growing plants and all kinds. We have some physical sciences. We have lots of technology demonstrations. And my favorite, lots of science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics outreach events.
All the STEAM things.
Exactly.
So we've had great success with AX1, 2, 3. Do we have any return payload flyers for AX4?
We do. We have our partners at...
All right, so approximately 19 minutes to go for the Axiom 4 mission to blast off. We've had a couple of pretty nerve-wracking moments in the last little while. because there was critical data which had to be uplinked. Wind data had to be uplinked to the crew module. Without that, the crew abort system, which is essentially an ejection system where the entire Crew Dragon is ejected from the rocket, parachutes open up, and then it comes down safely, one would hope. Without the data on the wind, the crew abort system wouldn't work. And the thing is, there are lots of things which need to happen moment by moment. So if that data wasn't there in place, then the rockets wouldn't be refueled. And we got to a situation where if the data had not been uploaded in 1 more minute, then the mission would have been scrubbed today. With approximately 1 minute left, they uploaded the wind data, the crew module was activated, the arm of the rocket, the arm from the launch pad moved away a little while earlier on, and instantly then is when the propellant started being loaded. And that's taking place right now. In approximately 18 minutes from now, it should blast off. There are no further errors or anomalies which we are aware of at this juncture. Let's go back to that live feed from SpaceX and Axiom and listen in.
Microalgae, and they're going to be looking at how these could be used for food or for fuel or for potentially even life support systems on orbit in future. The team is also looking at muscle cells. They're seeing how muscle cells respond to access to microgravity. So when the human goes into space and there are changes, physiological changes that happen very quickly that can impact the muscle cells. And so the team is going to be looking at some of these changes to muscle cells in space and then applying that understanding not only to developing countermeasures for future crew, but also to take that learning and then understand more about diseases that might affect muscle wasting back here on Earth.
I wish that this was on so we could see if anything was lighting up with Israel. Thank you so much for helping with this. I'm going to turn this way and I'm going to get the Dairos B project. Israel, thanks for joining us here, showing off the headset there. This is fascinating. While I manipulate this, like they're going to do in space, which basically makes me an astronaut, I'm going to also hum Bach.
You should do. So this is a project from Hunor, flying this research. And this is actually looking at fluid dynamics in space. So we've put this tape on for artistic purposes. Tibor will not have this disco tape on orbit. But in space, what is going to happen is this will be surrounded.
We are talking about a lot of the science which is going to be taking place in this particular mission. There is more science which is going to take place in this mission than in any other previous Axiom mission, is what I believe. The largest of science missions of any Axiom mission so far. Pallav Bagla with us. Pallav, essentially the glitch that we ran into, there were two. The first anomaly was when there was a pressurization issue in the Crew Dragon, where there was a fiber which was found in a seal during a leak check. Right, that could have been a game changer. It may not have gone through. Not a game changer. It could have been a mission scrubber. But then in their second series of automated checks, that checked out. But the bigger problem was that the spacecraft, which is a brand new spacecraft, wasn't accepting the upload of wind condition data. And if they didn't fix this and it went down to the wire, this mission would have been scrubbed today, right?
Certainly. Just 60 seconds before they were supposed to scrub the mission because the wind data was not uploading from the mission control to the Crew Dragon, they were able to fix that issue. Essentially a software issue, it seems, but they finally managed to do it. And right now, propellants are being loaded onto the rocket.
1 minute. In another minute,
they managed to do it in less than
everybody's work would have come to not for today. It wouldn't have been the end. There is still a launch window till the end of this month, etc., etc.
No, but there is a backup window for tomorrow as well. So if you would have missed today, then there was a backup window tomorrow. Everything is not lost. But yes, right now all systems go. We should have a liftoff at 1 minute past 12 o'clock India time. And the astronauts are already on board the Crew Dragon. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla is going to pilot this mission. The Crew Dragon is fully ready to go to the International Space Station. Right now, it's the rocket which is being fueled.
How many days does it take? Just remind me.
After liftoff, it'll be a 28-hour run for the phasing, as it is called, for the Crew Dragon to go and dock with the International Space Station, and it will dock with the Harmony module of the International Space Station. And this would be an incredible moment. And if it lifts off today at 12:01, then do join us tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. when we will have coverage of the docking. And we will see, like Prime Minister Narendra Modi said, Bharat ka beta ya beti antariksh mein jhanda leke jayega. So we'll see Shubhanshu Shukla carrying India's flag to the International Space Station. So that will be tomorrow if the liftoff happens today. Right now, we are still in the automated phase of the Falcon 9 rocket, and the final word will come 30 seconds before liftoff. But right now, all systems go. The two hiccups which happened when there was a fiber which was stuck on the seal of the side hatch, that was resolved, and that could have been a game changer. And then finally, this software upload which was to happen, that was also resolved less than 60 seconds before liftoff. So we've had so many glitches on this particular mission, 6 delays, and finally we are less than 14 minutes before liftoff. So we are very close to the liftoff, and the astronauts are seated on the Crew Dragon, waiting for final word and liftoff. Visors down. They are essentially waiting inside the Crew Dragon for liftoff. It is an incredible moment for Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, who's supposed to be a very cool person who takes in all of this without difficulty. And they have with him astronaut Peggy Whitson, who's the commander. So it's the commander and the pilot who play the key role during this ascent phase. The commander gives the commands. The Whitson, Group Captain Shukla gives the second go-ahead. So it's like the pilot and co-pilot in an airplane, and they will lift off.
Okay. Let's just listen in to SpaceX right now. So let's see what they say.
We started this next tradition for AX2, and we're excited to continue that today. It's a special thing to be named as a commander to anything, but being the commander of a 4-person crew that has completed months of training and is about to defy gravity and set sail for the International Space Station, it's truly out of this world. Peggy has some thoughts she wanted to share here in this moment, just a few short minutes from launch, and here's Peggy.
As commander of the AX4 mission, I want to thank everyone who has contributed to our journey. This mission to the International Space Station would not have been possible without the hard work of so many incredible teams. First, I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the teams at Axiom Space. Their talent and dedication shines through every unexpected challenge, the countless hours of work, and every task at hand to ensure the safety of the crew. The team's determination and commitment to achieving the highest standards inspires me every day and reminds me why I joined the Axiom Space family. To our partners at NASA, your expertise and support have been invaluable, ensuring that we are fully prepared to live and work aboard the space station. The comprehensive training programs provided by NASA have given us the skills needed to thrive in the unique environment of space. Thank you to SpaceX for providing the cutting-edge technology and reliable transportation to take us to space and bring us back home safely. The hands-on and in-depth training have ensured that we understand the Dragon systems thoroughly and confidently. We also owe a great debt of gratitude to our international partners. Your collaboration and contributions have been essential in our training to ensure mission success. Lastly, to all the other teams involved, from engineers to scientists and everyone behind the scenes, your hard work and dedication have not gone unnoticed. You're the unsung heroes of this mission, and we are deeply grateful for your support. Thank you all for your tireless efforts and for believing in the AX4 mission. Together, we're realizing the return for 3 nations and paving the way for a bright future in low Earth orbit. Thank you.
Awesome words from our commander there. And of course, with that, we are just under T-minus 11 minutes until our liftoff at 2:31 a.m. Eastern today from Launch Complex 39A at Kennedy Space Center. Just in case you are just joining us, right now on your screen, you have a live view of Falcon 9 with our AX4 crew safely tucked in the Dragon space capsule atop the vehicle. At this point, we are coming up on terminal count. Our crew access arm has been moved out of the way and our launch escape system is armed. And we are standing by for that final process by which we step into our terminal count, get ready, Dragon and Falcon for liftoff.
Dragon SpaceX, confirmed crew displays are configured for launch.
The displays are configured for launch, and the Axiom 4 crew would like to thank the incredible teams that have made this moment possible. To the Axiom Space team, you've poured your hearts into this mission. Your passion and dedication have lifted us higher. We wear this patch with pride because of you. To NASA, thank you for the decades of knowledge, the training, and the trust. You've shaped generations of explorers, and we're honored to carry that legacy forward. To SpaceX, thank you for giving us the wings to fly and the confidence for a safe return home. And to our international partners, thank you for standing with us across borders, united by shared purpose. And to every person behind the scenes, engineers, trainers, families, and friends, you are the quiet force behind this mission. We carry the hopes of many with us. As we realize the return, we will bring those hopes home to you. Thank you.
Peggy, Shooks, Suave, Tibor, from all of us that are staying here on the ground, we look forward to your mission. All the hard work from our teams culminates here, so good luck, enjoy the ride, and science the heck out of all your experiments.
Wilco.
And a Wilco from Peggy Whitson. We're coming up on the T-minus 8-minute mark. Next major event that'll be occurring on the Falcon 9 is the engine chill event. That happens at T-minus 7 minutes. We open the pre-valves, feeding both the RP-1 kerosene fuel as well as the liquid oxygen. And that'll go to the Merlin 1D engines. The liquid oxygen, we actually open a valve and we allow some of it to bleed off overboard out into the warm Florida air here in the early morning. And that'll begin chilling in the turbopumps on those 9 Merlin engines to get ready for when we ignite the engines starting at T-minus 2 seconds. Also interesting to note, just several minutes ago, as we talked about early in the webcast, the International Space Station flew over Kennedy Space Center. And so that means the orbit planes are lined up. We're ready to go in just 7.5 minutes from now. Now, while we're getting ready to
Eric
open the
von
pre-valves,
Anken,
which is
the anchor with WKMG TV News 6 Orlando, who's been helping us out all day today. Very briefly, Eric, just about 6 minutes or so left. What are you picking up?
Vishnu, you just heard it. We are in really, really good shape. So now looking at the countdown clock, so this clock is exact. I know there's a little bit of delay by the time it goes around the world, but 6 minutes and 45 seconds. So they just started, you heard this from the commentator, basically sending this super cold fuel into the engines, the 9 Merlin engines at the base of that Falcon 9 rocket. Why is that so important? Because they're metal, right? And you would shock the heck out of them if you just shot this, like I said, 200 plus or so Fahrenheit, negative 200 plus Fahrenheit liquid at these engines, right? We know that metal contracts. We know that metal expands. So slowly, they're feeding some of this super cold liquid into the engines just to acclimate that. What they call that is a chill down of the engines so they are not shocked and they don't expand or contract as the fuel is moving and those turbo pumps spin up to force the fuel into the engine.
Eric,
and
hang
then
on, there's an update
like
coming
I said,
in.
when,
We're just
they
going to
light
cut
this,
in and just listen. There's an update coming in. We're going to listen in once again.
And they'll move on to internal power. Those are the batteries. We do have solar arrays, and you can see them right now as some of the mist clears. You can see the black portions of Dragon. So we've got solar arrays on part of the Dragon trunk, and then we also have batteries inboard. Now we have completed loading fuel on both the first and second stage. We're still loading liquid oxygen onto both stages. That'll wrap up at the T-minus 3 minute mark and the T-minus 2 minute mark. But right now we're waiting to hear the final updates to the crew.
Falcon 9 propellant tanks are pressurizing for strong bag retract.
That's good news for mission control.
Dragon is in configure for terminal count.
There we heard that we are pressurizing Falcon 9 for strong back retraction. The strong back is the tall structure standing right to the left of the rocket right now. And we pressurize Falcon 9 so that we can begin to retract that support structure away from the vehicle ahead of liftoff. Great view there of Dragon sitting
Strong back retract has started
on top of Falcon 9. And we'll look for those clamp arms around the base of Dragon just beneath those solar panels John was just talking about to begin opening up so the strong back can pull away. The strong back is used both to move Falcon 9 out to the launch pad ahead of liftoff and to provide all of the fuel and comm umbilicals that we're using in the lead up to launch. There are those clamp arms opening up. And then we'll see the strong back pull just about 2 degrees away from Falcon 9 in the final lead up to launch. Then at liftoff, it'll move to a full 45 degrees away from the rocket. Great live shots there of the capsule on board the rocket here.
Yeah, Ronnie, it takes about 20 seconds for the hydraulics to open up those clamp arms that held onto the second stage. At about 30 seconds, it's hard to see, but that strong back will move just a couple degrees away.
And with that, we are just about 30 seconds away from the expected call out that LOX load has been completed on board our first stage. As we mentioned earlier, that mist forming around the outside of Falcon 9 is totally normal. That's just some of that.
Stage 1 LOX load complete.
Some of that liquid oxygen that has now been fully loaded on board to stage 1, venting out into the warm Florida air and condensing into clouds.
So we continue to check off events here in the last minutes of the countdown.
Dragon is in terminal count and is on internal power.
And the confirmation a minute ago, we started the move into transition. And there on the left side of the screen and the right, you can see some of the watch parties, Paul.
Yeah. Absolutely. On our left side of the screen, you can see the school in India. And then the right side of the screen is the planetarium in Poland with students and fans of this crew cheering on what's about to be a momentous moment.
And good in the planetarium, keeping it dark in there for them. Okay, we're waiting to hear the confirmation that second stage LOX load is complete. That should be coming up momentarily.
Stage 2 LOX load complete.
There's that confirmation from Mission Control right on schedule. So the next major visual milestone we're likely to have from the outside of the spacecraft is going to be venting.
Dragon is in auto idle.
Confirmation there from Mission Control that we are in auto idle on board Dragon in that final minute and a half before launch. Now we are expecting gas closeouts to be followed by some loud venting, and we're likely to see a larger cloud of liquid oxygen.
Gas closeout has started. Expect loud venting.
There's instructions to the crew, also right on schedule. And a great nighttime shot of Dragon sitting there at historic Launch Complex 39A with the AX-4 crew safely tucked inside with just over a minute to go until liftoff.
Seated left to right inside Dragon from this camera's perspective, you have Tibor Kapu there on the left-hand side. Then beside him is our pilot, Shubhanshu Shukla. Then to the other side
is armed. Falcon 9 is in startup and is now controlling.
Is Commander Peggy Whitson, and
Dragon
then on the far side is Sławosz Uznanski, Wisniewski Avisa.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
AX-4 is go for launch.
That is great news for Mission Control and from our crew on board Dragon. With that, we are just at T-minus 30 seconds to lift off of AX-4.
Let's go AX-4.
15 seconds.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff.
For three nations, a new chapter in space takes flight. Godspeed, AX4.
T plus 30 seconds into flight with the Axiom 4 crew on board Dragon, headed to the International Space Station. Waiting to hear callouts from the Falcon 9 engineering team.
Power and telemetry nominal. Stage 1 throttle down.
We're throttling down the 9 Merlin engines. We're into the throttle bucket, preparing for max Q.
Max Q.
Vehicle is supersonic.
We should begin throttling the Merlin engines back up now.
Stage 1 throttle up.
Mission Control confirming
Stage 1 Bravo.
that throttle up, and we
Copy,
are
1 Bravo.
hearing our commander Peggy Whitson call out the first abort mode. Each of these are a specific phase where if for any reason we had an in-flight
Impact
abort,
show underway.
Dragon would abort to a safe location. So we're going to call out each of those milestones as we pass through them. We also just heard the call out for MVAC chill. We're going to trickle just a little bit of liquid oxygen now into the turbo pumps on board our Merlin vacuum engine on stage 2 in preparation for second engine start 1, which will of course be shortly after stage separation. Now, at this point, we are just about 30 seconds away from 4 events that are going to happen in rapid succession. The first one will be main engine cutoff, or MECO, then again followed by stage separation, ignition of that second stage engine, which we are already
Stage
preparing
1
for, as well as the first stage's boost back burn. With that confirmation from Mission Control that we are throttling the first stage engines down, we are expecting MECO at T plus 2 minutes and 26 seconds.
MECO.
Stage separation confirmed.
Stage 1 boost back startup and back ignition.
There we had confirmation of all 4 of those events. Incredible views on our screen here too as that boost back, as that first stage boosts its way back to Earth.
Stage 2 Alpha.
And confirmation
Copy,
from our
2 Alpha.
commander that we have entered the 2 Alpha abort mode. Of course, we're getting lots of cheers from behind us here at Mission Control here in Hawthorne, California as well. And at this point, our AX4 crew is on their way to space. The view you have on your screen right now is our MVAC engine burning for that second engine first burn. We're expecting that SECO here, second engine cutoff, which will likely be called out over the nets as SECO in just a couple of minutes.
Stage 1 boost back shut down.
Confirmation that the boost back burn on our first stage booster is now complete, and the booster is heading back toward the Florida coast to attempt a landing at LZ1. At this point, stage 1 is actually still coasting to apogee. We're about to deploy those grid fins so that we can steer the vehicle as it enters the Earth's atmosphere.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
And that call out from Mission Control means
Dragon
that
copies, nominal trajectory.
everything is right on track.
T plus 4 minutes, everything continuing to go well, and we've got our first view of the crew. They're inside Dragon, second stage continuing to fire. Right now, second stage, just a little bit more than 1 G. There's so much propellant that even with a 220,000-pound thrust engine, it takes a while before the G loads start to build up during the second stage flight. Meanwhile, first stage continuing to coast up to apogee, and actually now, as you can see on the bottom left of your monitors, we have begun coming back down. It takes a couple minutes to go up, a couple minutes to come back down. That first stage heading back to landing zone 1 at Cape Canaveral.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Words we love to hear.
Dragon copies, nominal trajectory.
Peggy Whitson echoing back the call up from the ground. Now our next major event coming up will be in about 1 minute and 10 seconds. That's going to be the entry burn. That's where we're going to light a single center engine on the first stage. That's going to slow us down in preparation for entering the Earth's atmosphere again. We'll then have a landing burn about 1 minute later at T plus 7 minutes and 19 seconds. Now for that one, we actually light 3 engines again. Then quickly once we've kind of jammed the brakes on, then we'll turn off 2 of the engines. We'll be down to just a single engine. Getting good views of the MVAC-D engine. There are a couple of cameras on the back of the second stage that give these views. And of course, the view inside the Dragon spacecraft showing the crew.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Continuing the call-outs right on time.
Dragon copies, nominal trajectory.
Now, right now, as Ronnie pointed out, the grid fins have been deployed, but they're not being used. Right before the entry burn, we'll possibly see a little bit of motion if we can pick up the first stage camera. That's just a checkout. It's not until we actually get through the entry burn.
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
That we get back in the atmosphere. And now here is entry burn call out. This is going to be about a 12-second burn. That's going to slow the vehicle down. You can watch that.
Stage 1 entry burn shutdown.
There you just saw on the left-hand side of your screen that first stage entry burn shutdown. Right now on your screen, we've got great views of our second stage engine, the Merlin vacuum engine, continuing to take our AX-4 crew to orbit. The next milestone for our first stage is going to be the landing burn, where we'll relight just the center engine, as John mentioned.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Again, things we love to hear.
Stage 1 FTS.
Dragon copies, nominal trajectory.
Continuing to get good communication from our crew on board Dragon.
Stage 1 transonic.
Confirmation that stage 1 is now transonic on its way back to LZ1, which is just about 9 miles away from our liftoff location today. LZ1, of course, is the site of the first successful landing attempt, and hopefully it will be the second time that this particular booster sticks its landing. Seeing those actuating of the grid fins that John mentioned.
Stage 1 landing leg deploy. Stage 2 FTSS safed. Stage 1 landing confirmed.
That was a picture-perfect landing. That was great.
Absolutely stunning.
So coming up next for our crew, now that we've confirmed that booster touchdown, is going to be second engine cutoff, also called out as SECO. Then the second stage will coast for a few minutes until Dragon is commanded to separate from the second stage. There's our AX-4 crew awaiting that SECO call out here.
Stage 2 is in terminal guidance.
Good continued burn from our second stage engine there. Now at this point, our crew is experiencing about 3 Gs in the lead up to SECO 1, which of course will be their first taste of microgravity.
SpaceX Dragon, Shannon.
There's confirmation of the Shannon abort mode.
MVAC shutdown. SpaceX Dragon, we have a nominal orbit insertion.
Nominal orbital insertion, SpaceX, and we had an incredible ride uphill, and now we like to set our course for the International Space Station aboard the newest member of the Dragon fleet, our spacecraft named Grace. Grace is more than a name. It reflects the elegance with which we move through space against the backdrop of Earth. It speaks to the refinement of our mission, the harmony of science and spirit, and the unmerited favor we carry with humility. Grace reminds us that spaceflight is not just a feat of engineering, but an act of goodwill. benefit of every human, everywhere. Over to you, Chip.
Launch escape system disarmed.
10 minutes into flight.
Water ride. नमस्कार मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, वाटर राइड 40 साल बाद हम वापस अंतरिक्ष में पहुंच गए हैं और कमाल की राइड थी। इस समय हम 7.5 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड की रफ्तार से पृथ्वी के चारों तरफ घूम रहे हैं और मेरे कंधे पे मेरे साथ मेरा तिरंगा है जो मुझे बता रहा है कि नहीं हूँ, मैं आप सबके साथ हूँ। ये मेरी इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन तक की जर्नी की शुरुआत नहीं है, ये भारत के ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत है और मैं चाहता हूं कि आप सभी देशवासी इस यात्रा का हिस्सा बने। आपका भी सीना गर्व से चौड़ा होना चाहिए, आप भी उतना ही एक्साइटमेंट दिखाइए। आइए हम सब मिलकर भारत के इस ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की जर्नी की शुरुआत करें। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you, Chuck. Drogie Polki i Polacy, dziś robimy ogromny krok w stronę przyszłości technologicznej Polski. Polski opartej na nauce, wiedzy i wizji. Niech ta misja będzie początkiem epoki, w której nasza odwaga i nieustępliwość kształtują nowoczesną Polskę. Dla nas i dla przyszłych pokoleń. Kosmos zawsze jednoczył ludzi. Zabieram dziś z ziemi cząstkę każdego z was. Waszej siły, waszej nadziei, waszego zaufania. W kosmosie nie jestem sam. Reprezentuję nas wszystkich. Z całego serca dziękuję wam za zaufanie. Kosmos dla wszystkich. Space for everyone. And with that, over to you, Thibault. Thank you, Sław. 15 millió magyar emelt ma idáig. Támogatásotok olyan, mint a szürke hamu alatt nyugvó parázs. Belül csendben ízik, de ha fát dobnak rá, egyként lángol. Hálás és büszke vagyok, hogy a hazánkat képviseltem. Családomnak és barátaimnak köszönöm, hogy ti vagytok a legerősebb támaszaim. A ti hangotok hangosabb, mint a rakétánk, erőtök nagyobb, mint a gravitáció. A világűr mindenkié, a Föld pedig egyetlen. Mi a bolygónk 4 különböző pontjáról indultunk, de társakként, barátokként érkeztünk ide. A mi születésünk a tiétek is. Köszönöm mindenkinek szerte a világon, akik hozzájárultak ez a gyönyörű naphoz. Egynek minden nehéz, soknak semmi sem lehetetlen. Go X4!
And we are getting some views inside of the newly named capsule that the crew announced today.
On behalf of the entire SpaceX launch team, thank you. It's been a privilege to work with you so far, and we're excited for you to have a safe flight and a safe return home. Good things come to those who wait. Godspeed to the maiden crew of Grace.
And we thank you all as well.
And so with today's successful launch of Axiom 4, the teams at NASA's Johnson Space Center will continue to monitor Dragon's flight to the International Space Station over the next 28.5 hours. NASA's role in this journey really kicks in at a period called Integrated Operations, which begins during the spacecraft's approach to the space station and continues during the crew's stay aboard the orbiting laboratory, where they will conduct science, education, and commercial activities, and will conclude once the spacecraft exits the vicinity of the International Space Station. During integrated operations, the NASA, SpaceX, and Axiom Space teams are all working in lockstep. The teams here are preparing for a docking of Axiom 4 to the space station at 7 a.m. Eastern on Thursday morning, and will continue to monitor the approach until then. But for now, that will be it for us here in Mission Control Houston, but we'll be back with you at 5 a.m. Eastern for docking, hatch opening, and welcome coverage. So with that, back over to you, Hawthorne.
Thanks so much, Sandra. Over the next 28 and a half hours, the Dragon spacecraft Grace will execute a series of burns to gradually raise and line up the AX-4 crew for docking with the International Space Station in what we refer to as the activation and rendezvous phase of flight. In just a few minutes, the crew will change out of their spacesuits to get a little bit more comfortable for flight and will enjoy their first meal aboard the spacecraft. Over the course of their flight, they will also have a rest period that will last for about 8 hours. Before they arrive at the space station, we will have 3 potential opportunities to chat briefly with the crew on orbit. While we're hopeful that one of these will work out, none of them are guaranteed. Channels, no.
Updates on the mission across our social media channels. And then as Dragon and the X4
ये माँ के खुशी के आंसू हैं हम सब लोग इनके साथ डांस कर रहे हैं कहेंगे क्या है वो उड़ान भरी है सक्सेस होगा भर के गया तो बिल्कुल बिल्कुल
मैम क्या कहेंगी So I believe that all of you will log into the Axiom website and watch this talking live. And teachers is happening.
And just a few moments back, after successfully blasting off on the Axiom 4 mission and becoming the second Indian to be in space after 41 years, remember, Rakesh Sharma was the first. Shubhanshu Shukla sent this message from the Dragon spacecraft.
मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, व्हाट अ राइड। 40 साल बाद हम वापस अंतरिक्ष में पहुंच गए हैं और कमाल की राइड थी। इस समय हम 7.5 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड की रफ्तार से पृथ्वी के चारों तरफ घूम रहे हैं और मेरे कंधे पे मेरे साथ मेरा तिरंगा है जो मुझे बता रहा है कि नहीं हूँ, मैं आप सबके साथ हूँ। ये मेरी इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन तक की जर्नी की शुरुआत नहीं है, ये भारत के ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत है और मैं चाहता हूं कि आप सभी देशवासी इस यात्रा का हिस्सा बने। आपका भी सीना दिल से चौड़ा होना चाहिए, आप भी उतना ही एक्साइटमेंट दिखाइए। आइए हम सब मिलकर भारत के इस ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की जर्नी की शुरुआत करें। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
My colleague Aishwarya Jain. Aishwarya, go ahead.
At the CSIR, and currently you can see the delegates from Australia, Governor of South Australia, as well as the High Commissioner of Australia, Green Phillip, along with Jitendra Singh, over here, along with several of the other officials from the CSIR team who watched this live stream of the launch of Axiom 4, and they all heard about this message coming from Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla. We are waiting for Dr. Jitendra Singh to speak in a short while from now, but he closely monitored every program. His ministry had a crucial role in sending off Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla to space, as the other secretaries also just sitting by him. So a lot of excitement over here at the CIS as the send-off was successful, and they all wished and cheered with all those clappings and with slogans like Jai Hind as we saw this takeoff. We'll shortly speak to Dr. Jitendra Singh as he will be speaking to NDTV very shortly.
We'll come back to you in just a moment from now. There is a lot of celebration. The images on the left-hand side of your screen are from the school of Shubhanshu Shukla. That's in Lucknow. The SpaceX mission thus far, I beg your pardon, the Axiom 4 mission thus far, after a couple of very difficult moments just preceding the launch itself today, appears to be going quite successfully. Shubhanshu Shukla is now the first Indian in space in 41 years, the second Indian in space. It's a journey of approximately 28 hours, a little less than that now, before they are able to mate with the International Space Station. But it's going to take a little bit of time. There is an entire process which needs to be followed. There'll be crew rest periods on board. They'll be checking out various systems. The Crew Dragon rocket spacecraft by itself is extremely automated at this stage. But there was a great deal of tension earlier on when critical data on wind conditions, which had to be transferred to the crew module, was not being uplinked. And it went down to the final minute. If that data wasn't transmitted and wasn't uploaded successfully, then the crew abort system, in other words, the system through which the crew module could separate from the rocket in the event of an emergency, would not have been activated. And that was a go, no-go moment. In other words, if that data wasn't transferred, the crew module abort system wouldn't have been activated. If that wasn't activated, then the mission wouldn't have been able to go across, wouldn't have been able to perform today, wouldn't have been able to fly today. They'd have to rely on a backup time for tomorrow. With 1 minute left, they managed to upload that data. The crew module was activated, and the rocket after that has seen flawless performance with its first stage booster also landing back. That's something which successfully, that's something which SpaceX is a world leader on, the vertical, the recovery and vertical landing of different stages of the rocket itself. We've heard the first message from Shubhanshu Shukla as well in Hindi, where he's been addressing people across the country. The bottom right-hand side of your screen, you've got laddus being distributed by the Minister of State in the Prime Minister's office. Let's listen in.
On the successful launch of Axiom
Pallava has a point to make. Pallav, go ahead.
Well, a great day for India and a great day for the three countries, America, Poland and Hungary, especially Poland, India and Hungary, which have gone back to space after 41 years. I'm sure Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma, who's somewhere in Kunur watching it, as he said, the second Indian goes into space, makes history for India. India has done it. The first steps for India's Gaganyaan have started. It's a long journey from here onwards. It will end with sending an Indian on the moon. But the first steps of Gaganyaan, where the basics of human spaceflight are being learnt by Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla and Group Captain Prashant Balakrishnan Nair. Now that Group Captain Shukla is in space, 14 days he will be in space at the International Space Station. We will keep you updated about every move which happens there. But history being made for India as India's own astronaut or Gaganyatri is now orbiting the Earth. Very soon, he would be passing by over India at some point soon. There will be a great joy. We will not be able to see that moment. We will be able to talk to him. Hopefully, there are 3 events as they coast from Cape Canaveral to the International Space Station, which is a 28-hour ride. There will be 3 times when they will try and connect to the crew. If we get to know about it, we will definitely bring that live to you. But a great day for India, and trust me, a great day for Vishnu, who has been covering aerospace for a very, very long time. And a great day for somebody like me who covers ISRO and space for a long time. I have tears in my eyes as India's second astronaut heads into space and is in space already. Vishnu?
No, that this is, now Pallav, it is in fact an incredible moment. And let's just hope everything else goes well so far. We heard messages from his mother as well, Shubhanshu's mother. And it's been trying, it's been a nervous couple of hours for us. At one stage, it just didn't seem it was going to take place when that wind data wasn't being transmitted, and it was a go, no-go moment. But it all went well, and I think what we haven't spoken about so far is that the first 4 minutes after a rocket blasts off are absolutely critical from a safety standpoint, and everything needs to work flawlessly, which it did. Let's listen once again to Shubhanshu's message.
मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, what a ride! 40 साल बाद हम वापस अंतरिक्ष में पहुंच गए हैं और कमाल की राइड थी। इस समय हम 7.5 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड की रफ्तार से पृथ्वी के चारों तरफ घूम रहे हैं और मेरे कंधे पे मेरे साथ मेरा तिरंगा है जो मुझे बता रहा है कि नहीं हूँ, मैं आप सबके साथ हूँ। ये मेरी इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन तक की जर्नी की शुरुआत नहीं है, ये भारत के ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत है और मैं चाहता हूं कि आप सभी देशवासी इस यात्रा का हिस्सा बने। आपका भी सीना गर्व से चौड़ा होना चाहिए, आप भी उतना ही एक्साइटमेंट दिखाइए। आइए हम सब मिलकर भारत के इस ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की जर्नी की शुरुआत करें। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
All right, so that first message, it's been 4 decades plus since we heard an Indian have a message for fellow Indians from space. That was Rakesh Sharma. And now we've got Shubhanshu Shukla, who's not wasted any time. Just after getting into orbit, he's had that message. We're going to play that again. Let's listen in. Tears in my colleague Pallav Bagla's eyes.
मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, व्हाट अ राइड। 40 साल बाद हम वापस अंतरिक्ष में पहुंच गए हैं और कमाल की राइड थी। इस समय हम 7.5 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड की रफ्तार से पृथ्वी के चारों तरफ घूम रहे हैं और मेरे कंधे पे मेरे साथ मेरा तिरंगा है जो मुझे बता रहा है कि नहीं हूँ, मैं आप सबके साथ हूँ। ये मेरी इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन तक की जर्नी की शुरुआत नहीं है, ये भारत के ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत है और मैं चाहता हूं कि आप सभी देशवासी इस यात्रा का हिस्सा बने। आपका भी सीना गर्व से चौड़ा होना चाहिए, आप भी उतना ही एक्साइटमेंट दिखाइए। आइए हम सब मिलकर भारत के इस ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की जर्नी की शुरुआत करें। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Wonderful words there from Shubhanshu Shukla. Pallav, run us through what's going to happen now.
Well, the crew are on board the Crew Dragon. By now they would have doffed or changed from their space suits. They would be having their first meal in space. So, meals which would be floating around them, and meals would be specially packed. And Group Captain Shukla having his first meal in space. Then they will have an 8-hour rest period. And subsequent to that, it's a 28-hour run to the International Space Station where they dock with the Harmony module of the International Space Station. So far, everything has gone off well. There have been many hiccups on this particular Axiom 4 mission. It was to launch on May 29th. It didn't. Several delays. Finally, at 1 minute past 12 o'clock today, 1 minute past noon, the liftoff happened from Cape Canaveral. Same launch pad, 39A, from where astronaut Neil Armstrong went for his ride to the moon. So Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, truly an astronaut now. We can call him an astronaut because he's already in space. And Group Captain Shukla is now orbiting Earth. He will take several rounds of the Earth before he heads straight towards the International Space Station, where the docking process is a complex dance between the Crew Dragon and the International Space Station, because both are traveling at a velocity of 28,000 kilometers per hour. And finally, the docking would happen and we would see the astronauts entering the International Space Station. So far, everything has gone on track for today's launch. There were tense moments. First, when there was a fiber which was stuck in the hatch, on the side hatch, and subsequently there was a software glitch when a file, a weather or wind data file was not getting uploaded onto the Crew Dragon. It happened just 1 minute left before the scrub would have been called. So the teams at SpaceX, teams at Axiom Space ensured that the file got uploaded, and after that we saw a on-dot liftoff of the Falcon 9 rocket from the Kennedy Space Center, and right now Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla is in space. I'm sure Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma would be a very happy person because now he has seen a second Indian who has gone to space. And this is not the last Indian to go into space. By 2027, if all goes well, India's own Gaganyaan program would kick in, and we would have an Indian launching from Sriharikota and go into space. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla's flight today through Axiom 4 is just the first baby step for India's own Gaganyaan program, which starts. Work is going on very, very actively. I have seen it very closely. The first liftoff likely in 2027. India to have its own space station like the same we have at the International Space Station by 2035, and then to land an Indian on the moon by 2040. What an incredible journey for a country which got independence only in 1947. From a country which was living on ship to mouth, now we are heading back into space, sending our own astronaut and then heading towards moon. And we also have several other missions lined up: Moon, Mars, and Venus.
And Pallav, this is an emotional moment for you. Tell us about that.
Certainly, Vishnu. I have covered this program from day one. It is an emotional moment, and every time there was a setback, it was very hard because it takes a lot of effort to get teams revved up for that particular moment of a liftoff. We had 5 scrubs or aborts which happened. Finally, the 6th one has worked out. There's an incredible build-up inside every news reporter when a big mission like this happens.
You had tears in your eyes, Pallav, at one stage.
That is true. My eyes did well up because when you see the second Indian astronaut in space, it is a big moment for a country of 1.4 billion people. And between Vishnu and me, the Jugalbandi brings a lot of joy for a lot of Indians, and we try and give the best coverage. Despite at times both of us becoming emotional, we try and remain as objective as we can. It's very hard, trust me, it's very, very hard to try and be focused and give only the facts. But we continued to give the facts as they happened. There were very trying moments, especially in the build-up of the mission, when at one point ISRO put its foot down and said, unless the leak on the rocket is fixed to their satisfaction, they would have pulled out astronaut Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla from the flight. Those were very tough moments for a reporter to try and tell the world that we were on the verge of pulling out of this mission. But everything works out. What ends well is good. So we now have Group Captain Shukla in space, heading to the International Space Station. 14 days of incredible work for him at the space station. And then we will see a happy splashdown, hopefully, somewhere off the coast of California. And Group Captain Shukla would have made incredible history for us. And his own school, the City Montessori School in Lucknow, would be a very, very proud school which nurtured Group Captain Shukla. And he joined the Indian Air Force literally against the wishes of his parents. And he has now created history for India. Absolutely, Vishnu. It is an incredible moment for us, not just for me personally, I'm sure as much for you, yes, and also for NDTV, which continues to support such detailed coverage like the one which we did. Hats off to our team at NDTV, our editors, our team which worked long hours to make sure we get the coverage as good as we can get.
All right, so just look at those young people celebrating over there, Pallav.
I also feel like dancing, Vishnu. It is a moment of joy. It's a real moment of joy for the country to have the second Indian astronaut up in space. I'm sure very soon we'll probably hear or get a tweet from the Prime Minister welcoming Shubhanshu Shukla in space. He's the one who pushed this particular mission through as the offer came from America and Axiom that India should send an astronaut at a cost. India has spent 550 crores for this mission. It is a seat which has been hired by India, but Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself pushed for this mission and made sure that both President Biden and President Trump take it forward. And finally, we have a successful mission of a liftoff and a successful astronaut in space, waiting for that big moment when he docks and enters the International Space Station and creates a moment of another joy for us. He will do 7 India-specific experiments. They will do 60 other experiments in all. There will be 2 events, one with school students in Lucknow at the City Montessori School, one with students and experts in Trivandrum, and there will be an interaction with an VIP.
Right.
I don't give you any, you don't need to guess who the VIP would be, but the VIP would be there, and we would have probably another Sare Jahan se Acha moment. So one small step for ISRO and one giant leap for Bharat.
All right, so it is indeed a great moment for India. And, you know, just Pallav, let's reflect on what's been happening over the last couple of weeks. There have been so many delays. There was an electrical harness issue. There were multiple weather issues. There was a much more serious issue with a leak in liquid oxygen, which ISRO put its foot down and said, you either fix that or Shukla is not going to fly. In fact, that's a story that you broke. So SpaceX did fix that. It wasn't an easy fix, but everything worked flawlessly today.
Absolutely. It worked flawlessly. I was deeply worried till the 2.5-minute mark passed when the first stage separated. That was the stage when there was an issue of the liquid oxygen leak. Once that passed, to me personally, it seemed everything would go all right. So now we are, the Falcon 9 rocket has performed well. It continues to have an over 99% success record. It's a great rocket. This is the second time India has used the Falcon 9 rocket. Earlier, we used the Falcon 9 rocket to launch an Indian satellite, and now we have used the Falcon 9 rocket to launch an Indian astronaut in space. And India calls its astronaut Gaganyatris. So India's Gaganyatri in space. And am I chuffed? Yes, fully chuffed.
All right, no, the entire country is chuffed. This really ignites the spirits of so many young people across the country. Not increasingly old people like you and me, Pallav, but the next generation of young Indians who are fascinated by science. And ultimately, that's what it's all about. Even if a mission like this results in 5 people, and that number just off the top of my head, becoming serious scientists who make a national contribution, whether it's to astrophysics or to rocketry or to aerodynamics or to any aspect of aerospace, then imagine what a wonderful achievement that will be. Because that's what this really is about. You know, this government has stated that, you know, space needs to be an area that we really need to build on. And in terms of the technology that India has developed, whether it's robotics, Chandrayaan, Mangalyaan, any number of satellites by ISRO, the PSLV rocket, the GSLV rocket, different variants of that rocket, and larger rockets which are now in the offing as well, to talk about the Gaganyaan mission, Indians in space, and then an Indian space station. Think about it. This isn't something for the future. If things go well, then by 2040 or so, we should have, certainly by 2040, we should have an Indian space station. But so much hinges on what we are seeing now, the development to that Gaganyaan program, which is going to take a couple of years from now. This is that first step. It's a first experience. But Shukla, when he does come back, would share that experience. It's important in terms of imbibing wisdom and information which would be transferred to the entire team working on that Gaganyaan mission and doing fundamental engineering and design work. Let's just go across to NDTV's Ranveer, who is in Lucknow. That's where Shubhanshu Shukla is from. Go ahead, Ranveer. Tell us where you are, what's happening around you. All right, I don't think we've got him. Once we get that line up with him, we'll come back to him in a moment. But the images that you see on the right-hand side of your screen were images of his family. That's his mum over there. That is his mum, right, Pallav? Yeah, that is his mother over there in tears. And I was watching her because we had a split screen of the liftoff on one side of the screen. And Shubhanshu Shukla's mother over there on the right-hand side, his parents over there. And she was in tears through those initial few moments, which were fairly testing. But it all did work out. And, these are those images. Let's go across now to Ranveer at Lucknow. That's where he's from. Ranveer, go ahead.
Excitement is very much high in Lucknow, and I'm joining with Gunjan Shukla, who is a sister of Shubhanshu. Gunjanji, I just want to know the feeling when you saw the pictures of takeoff of Shubhanshu's Falcon 9 rocket.
It was a very emotional moment for our family. I got emotional very much regularly, but now we are relieved that he has completed his 2 stages very safely.
Now it's a journey of another 15 days. Tomorrow there will be docking and another 14 days for the research work. So these 15 days, how the family of Shubhanshu has prepared itself for these another 15 days?
Yes. We are preparing for, we will do rituals, we will do pujas, we will do bhandaras, whatever good deeds. We will do our best to do that.
So this is the family of Shubhanshu Shukla, and when the takeoff was done, the hall was filled with students, with the school management, and obviously with Shubhanshu Shukla's family's presence. So the hall was very much excited, and I'll show you the pictures of this hall now. The students are out for the exhibition, and I'll show you some pictures that how the excitement level is. See this lady, she is wearing a different kind of cap, and I'll also show a kid. She's also wearing some different. I'm joining with the chairman of CMS. Ma'am, how exciting this moment is for you?
The atmosphere is full of emotion, heavy with emotion. बहुत ज़्यादा.
I saw tears also, I saw clap also, I saw dance also. So the mixed emotion, including the tears and dance both.
There was anxiety when he was going up, when it was taking off. There was anxiety because that is the most critically, risky, potentially risky part of the takeoff part. So there was a lot of anxiety at that time. I could see, we were saying prayers in our hearts and watching very intently. But then when we could see after the rocket fell off and it was launched further, we got some confidence that everything is going well. And then further on, for the first 5 minutes, we were concerned that everything should go well.
You are a known educationalist. If we talk about Shubhanshu Shukla, he is just 40 years and he is now 40 years. And he is now the first Indian to visit the International Space Station. So the journey is big, the journey is long. So how do you see the future of Indian space mission, including Shubhanshu Shukla?
I didn't follow your question.
Shubhanshu Shukla is just 40 years and India is aiming to reach moon, a manned mission to moon and another so many missions of space. So how Shubhanshu Shukla can participate in Indian mission for the space?
He's in a very unique position. He's in a very privileged position, but he has earned the privilege. He has been the first Indian to go up into the International Space Station. So that experience will count for a lot. I think that will equip him to be to speak more knowledgeably about the mission when it comes to the Gaganyaan mission and other space missions of India. I think he will end up playing an important role, maybe a more policy-making role as well. In the forthcoming imminent other space missions of India.
So my last question is, Shubhanshu said in his video message that a single student, if he will be inspired by his mission, he'll think that his mission is successful. So I saw a huge number of students. They were excited. They were obviously very much thrilled. So how inspirational this mission is?
We all need icons to inspire us. Typically, young people admire people like, for example, musicians or dancers or film stars or sports people. These are their heroes and heroines. But we need heroes in other fields as well. And I think by going to space and doing such a unique and extraordinary thing, Shubhanshu Shukla has become the heartthrob of young people. He's become, although he's gone a scientific mission, nevertheless, he's sparked the imagination of India. So I think that he himself was inspired to become an astronaut later on in life when he went to an air show. So these are the experiences that matter. Ultimately, it's the experiences that we garner, that some experience somewhere influences a child. So I think his mission will have inspired literally millions of Indian children to do something great and also to learn from his personal example of focus, discipline, rigorous preparation.
Thank you so much. So she's Geeta Gandhi, the chairman of City Montessori School, and you can see these kind of the students. They are obviously excited. How excited are you, beta?
I'm very excited to participate in Vyom Mahotsav. I made a ISS model that is there.
So you saw the launching also.
Yes, I saw the launching, and I'm very happy.
How was that moment? You were excited. You were thrilled. How was the feeling?
I was very thrilled. I was very excited by seeing the moment.
Shubhanshu is your icon.
What?
Shubhanshu Shukla is now your icon, your idol.
Yeah.
How's your experience though?
I thought that it will go not like this, but it went excited, and I was thrilled to see that it went very good.
Okay. So these are the kids of City Montessori School, and obviously the excitement level is very high here at the hometown of Shubhanshu Shukla.
All right, Ranveer, just carry on with what you're saying. You would have witnessed his parents, the moments just before the blast. We saw those, the lift-off, we saw his mother in tears. It would have been so difficult. What we understand is that parents weren't very happy that he joined the Air Force. He's turned out and done quite well. So give us a sense of what you saw in the moments just before the blast-off of this rocket.
I was standing here at 12 noon when the family was sitting on that sofa, and the family was obviously very much thrilled. The hands were joined. The excitement level was, I cannot mention the moment that how the family was excited and obviously feared because of the historic move, the takeoff. So now you can see the hall is filled with some of the kids, and I see a small kid. Beta, what is your name?
My name is Abhavya Singh.
So you saw the takeoff of Shubhanshu Shukla?
Yes.
Yes. How excited it is for you?
It was so excited for me.
So you're happy?
Yes.
There is an inspiration for you. Shubhanshu is an inspiration for you.
Yes.
Yes. So see these kids, and I'll also show you some of the demos prepared by City Montessori School to inspire these kids. And there is also an exhibition of some of the things which are related to astronomy, astronauts. So this is the Falcon 9 rocket, and you can see the demo of Falcon 9 rocket, and also there is a capsule. I'll show you that capsule where the kids are taking pics. So this is the capsule where you can see the kids are taking pics now, and I'll show you the rover also, that space rover. There's the space rover, and I'll show you a special room which is here just to define the gravitational force. So I'll take you to that room also. This is the hall where the Mission Control Center is being demonstrated, and now you can see this is the room where you can see this kid is getting some pictures. So if I'll turn around my camera, you can feel that I am just hanging in the zero gravity situation. So this room is just to demonstrate that how the astrologers face situations in Space Center. So beta, how are you excited? How are you feeling now?
I'm feeling happy because he's one of my school alumnus, so like I feel very, very happy.
Very, very happy.
Yes.
I saw you taking pictures. So what this room is?
So this is where you like define gravity. So imagine you take a photo. So it's like this. So you choose a pose and do like this. But then
Let's show me. So see. So just a second. So this kid is explaining in a very different manner. Let's begin.
Okay. So first take a pose, any type of pose. This is like the most common one, and then somebody has to like click a picture, and then when you like make it vertically, it will look like you're standing on it. Yes.
This is very exciting, na?
Yes, it is very exciting.
So this is the inspiration level. You can see Shubhanshu in his video message said that if a single kid will be inspired by my mission, I'll think that my mission is a success. And you can see the kid. Ma'am, how old he is?
He's 3. He's 7. In class 3.
Just 7. And he's explaining the things in a very, very, very different manner. So, do you think that Shubhanshu Shukla is going to be to become an inspiration for Indian kids, the kids who are attracted towards science?
Yes, certainly. He's an inspiration for the coming children. Even like when I see he and I, we are of the same generation. Like I have been myself a space junkie. Now seeing if in our time we had Rakesh Sharma, and now we can see for the next generation now Shubhanshu Shukla ji is bringing up lots of all the children of the next generation, like my son here. They are looking forward, and we see the whole country is now full of josh. Even after the ISRO, we have got
josh is high.
Yes, the josh is high. So
let's move to that area. That's very exciting. Come, beta, please. So yes, continue.
So we can see, this event where we can see so many children. Today we saw there were many models you can see. We visited literally the mission command center that I have made. We went.
Can you explain what is this?
This is the moon, but it's this is space. So in reality, this is what they painted it like space, and this is the moon. In reality, just a big sculpture of the moon. But imagine this is the moon. You see. From Earth, we can only see one side of the moon. That is why we can't see the other side from here. So imagine it's like night time. Okay. So sometimes it's dark because the side where the light is you cannot see it. But sometimes it's fully light like this.
I can see a small Shubhanshu Shukla in the skate. So obviously this is very, very, very different. This is very inspiring, and obviously these pictures made by the students. You are a student of CMS, beta.
Yes.
How excited are you?
Very.
Very much. Shubhanshu is now your inspiration.
Yes.
So, are you thrilled during seeing that picture? How was the excitement level?
The excitement was very good, and it was really happy, and I am really happy to see that Shubhanshu Shukla is going to ISS. I was really excited, and my friend here, he was saying Shubhanshu Shukla go, Shubhanshu Shukla go.
What was he saying?
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I
hold
CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold?
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
scholars from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide, and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
सज गया है मंच। शिरकत करेंगे जाने माने कलाकार। एनडीटीवी का क्रिएटर्स मंच है आपके लिए तैयार। शामिल होंगे लेजेंडरी राइटर जावेद अख्तर, अपनी कविताओं से युवाओं के दिलों पर राज करने वाले कवि कुमार विश्वास, समय से परे की फिल्म बनाने वाले डायरेक्टर इम्तियाज अली और बेस्ट सेलिंग राइटर चेतन भगत। यहाँ फन और एंटरटेनमेंट मिलेगा साहित्य से, नई रचनाएं, नई सोच, नया मंच। एनडीटीवी लाया है आपके लिए क्रिएटर्स मंच। आप भी जुड़ें एनडीटीवी नेटवर्क पर।
50 years of the emergency.
भाइयों और बहनों, राष्ट्रपति जी ने आपातकाल की घोषणा की है।
India's darkest hour, June 25th, 1975. Lest we forget. The emergency. NDTV rewinds when democracy was suspended.
लोकतंत्र का गला घोट दिया गया था। भारत के संविधान निर्माताओं की तपस्या को मिट्टी में मिलाने की कोशिश की गई थी।
Indira Gandhi's assault on freedom. An NDTV special, Wednesday, June 25th.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives.
Hello viewers, a very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV. We're getting our rolling coverage of India's cosmic leap. Shubhanshu Shukla makes history as he becomes the second Indian who heads to space. We get you all that and more, but first up the headlines. Axiom 4 mission starts off on a big success. Shubhanshu Shukla makes history as he becomes the second Indian headed to space as part of the Axiom 4 mission. It's a flawless liftoff of Axiom 4 mission. The journey to ISS, the International Space Station, will take about 28 hours. Shubhanshu Shukla's emotional message from space. He says he's carrying the tricolor on his shoulders. Says Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Tears of a mother move a nation. Shubhanshu's family are proud and overwhelmed with this moment. Viewers, if you're tuning in right now, the update and the big story that we continue to track on NDTV. Shubhanshu Shukla makes history. Axiom 4 mission takes off. It's a flawless start and a flawless takeoff of the mission. He's the second Indian that heads up to space. Shubhanshu Shukla is piloting the AX-4 mission. He's the first Indian to stay at the International Space Station. He soared to stars and 41 years later is when this new milestone is being celebrated by India in its space journey. The SpaceX rocket is carrying 1 billion dreams as India's space dream continues to soar. Now, the journey to the International Space Station will take about 28 hours. The team will be spending about a fortnight there, and there will be about 7 important experiments that will be conducted, curated by the top academic and space minds in India. We're going to talk about all that and more. But first up, let's play out this audio message by Shubhanshu Shukla from space. Listen in.
मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, what a ride! 40 साल बाद हम वापस अंतरिक्ष में पहुंच गए हैं और कमाल की राइड थी। इस समय हम 7.5 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड की रफ्तार से पृथ्वी के चारों तरफ घूम रहे हैं और मेरे कंधे पे मेरे साथ मेरा तिरंगा है जो मुझे बता रहा है कि नहीं हूँ, मैं आप सबके साथ हूँ। ये मेरी इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन तक की जर्नी की शुरुआत नहीं है, ये भारत के ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत है और मैं चाहता हूं कि आप सभी देशवासी इस यात्रा का हिस्सा बने। आपका भी सीना दिल से चौड़ा होना चाहिए, आप भी उतना ही एक्साइटमेंट दिखाइए। आइए हम सब मिलकर भारत के इस ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की जर्नी की शुरुआत करें। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
All right, let's play out sound bites of Shubhanshu Shukla's family, the mother, the brother, and the sister, extremely emotional after this launch. Let's play out some of those sound bites first.
सबको खुशी है, पर यह है कि मतलब बच्चे को जो है खुशी के आंसू है, खुशी के आंसू, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, सब कुछ है।
Excitement is very much high in Lucknow, and I'm joining with Gunjan Shukla, who is sister of Shubhanshu. Gunjan ji, I just want to know the feeling when you saw the pictures of takeoff of Shubhanshu's Falcon 9 rocket.
It was a very emotional moment for our family. I got emotional very much regularly, but now we are relieved that he has completed his 2 stages very safely.
Now it's a journey of another 15 days. Tomorrow there will be docking and another 14 days for the research work. So these 15 days, how the family of Shubhanshu has prepared itself for these another 15 days?
Yes. We are preparing for, we will do rituals, we will do pujas, we will do bhandaras, whatever good deeds. We will do our best to do that.
All right, those were the emotional sound bites coming in from the Shukla family. Viewers, on your screens are those majestic visuals of the takeoff, the complete near-perfect blast-off that has taken off of the Axiom 4 mission. As I said, now the next 14 days when the International Space Station is where the team will be after the 28-hour-long journey. We're going to even talk about what this journey is going to entail, everything from the next couple of hours to the next couple of minutes in terms of what the details would be. But first up, viewers, let's get in details in terms of the International Space Station, what it's likely to entail. As I said, this is the first time that you have the International Space Station. All you need to know what really are the details. Remember, the 28-hour journey will lead to the docking into this ISS. It's larger than a 6-bedroom house. That's the first important aspect of what really this International Space Station is all about. Let's talk about the sleeping quarters. There are about 6 odd sleeping quarters there in terms of where these astronauts will rest. Well, these are the details. There are 2 bathrooms and also a gymnasium. In space, astronauts need to be extremely fit. They need to take care of their bodies. They've undergone intense training as to how they will do so. And the gym is also serving and for that very important purpose. There's a 360-degree breathtaking view and that is from the bay window where they will be able to see everything that they aspire to throughout their lives. It's a dream, it's a mission for people to become an astronaut, something that Shubhanshu Shukla has mentioned. And the 15 countries that will be together, they operate the ISS. Remember, this is not a one-country thing. There are 15 countries together who operate the International Space Station. It's a partnership, and it's continuously occupied since November 2000. That's an important part, that since then, this has been part of the global space journey. So this is the International Space Station, which travels at a speed of about 28,000 kilometers per hour. And it's something that I'm going to ask Pallava as well, where we talk about what really happens here. Remember, the space station is traveling at 28,000 kilometers per hour, and so is the rocket as well. So that entire process of docking is also a complicated and challenging process. We'll come to that, but this is the speed at which it is orbiting the Earth every 90 minutes. So this is the complex and challenging part of what lies ahead in terms of Axiom 4's mission. And in 24 hours, ISS makes 16 orbits of Earth. That's the speed at which it is orbiting around the Earth. And astronauts regularly conduct spacewalks. They do so. We've seen those visuals in the past as well. This is where it happens. Those spacewalks are also they do the spacewalks to maintain the space station is something that's important to tell you what exactly will be the next phase as far as this mission is concerned. I'm going to get it Pallava as well, but I want to first quickly rope in Shreyasi, who's standing by, as she's also spoken to students, she's spoken to a lot of people around, because remember, this is a milestone moment for India, for India's space journey. Shreyasi, over to you.
What an absolute historic day. Goosebumps as the space rocket took off with the 4 astronauts, and of course a proud, proud day for every Indian. Flying and dreaming the dream that we have dreamt for a long time with Shubhanshu Shukla there up in the space. And joining me now are students from DPS Ruby Park in Kolkata who witnessed this moment in their school. And I would just like to ask them about their experience and their message for Group Captain Shukla, who's on board that very, very important space mission, a leap for India when it comes to space technology. 41 years after Rakesh Sharma, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla up in the space. We all witnessed that moment. You all clapped, you all cheered. How was it? What was that moment? What was that feeling like for you?
It was incredibly tense at first. I was getting goosebumps all over my body. I'll not lie, I was very scared at first. There have been space launches that have gone terribly wrong, and this was such a high stakes mission. It's historical, but to see that it all went so well, it went perfectly to plan. I was tearing up at one point because it was just so incredible to see. I saw the Chandrayaan mission live from my house, but even then, to see a manned space mission just go so perfectly, it's a different feeling altogether. And we saw history being made, not just for India, but this is something which is historical for the whole world. To see such an amazing collaboration between different countries and going back to the ISS, this is just incredible. And the fact that they're docking into the Harmony module with so many people from so many different countries and so many different space institutions all coming together for this project, it's just incredible. It's perfect. And during these times of discord, it's amazing to see harmony like this prosper. And, it puts your faith back in humanity to see something this historical. So for Shubhanshu Sharma, once again, Jai Hind. We're all proud of you. And please return safely.
So, of course, a very, very proud moment indeed. And as every Indian, everyone has been praying, giving their good wishes. We just heard Group Captain Shukla also speak an address from inside the spaceship, where he said that, I'm not alone. Every Indian is on this journey with me. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. What was that moment for you? And what is your message for the entire team that's on board this particular mission?
It was an exhilarating moment, and honestly, I feel so proud to be an Indian. It feels amazing, and we felt like being a part of history being made. So just pride, and again, as you said, we hope that Mr. Shukla returns safely, and we saw his parents' reaction. So we all as Indians want the safe return of Mr. Shukla, and again, a proud, proud Indian here.
How big is this movement for India's space history?
No, I think in a single sentence, if you ask me, that Viksit Bharat 2047, the ascent to that pedestal has begun with this mission. The world has acknowledged it, and this is also true vindication of the dream that Vikram Sarabhai and Satish Dhawan saw. And the dream is getting vindicated under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, and it's not simply for saying. It's been possible because the path-breaking reforms that have been brought in with the support of Prime Minister Modi in the last few years, the recent years, have not only added to our resource pool, but have also given tremendous amount of confidence to our space experts, which has in turn been also very successfully showcased to the rest of the world, as a result of which the rest of the world is today reaching out to us for our collaboration. So we are now equal partners. And I think the most visible instance is this mission where out of the 4 crew members is Shubhanshu, who's been assigned the most critical part of the role to be played.
So we are standing at the CSIR, and this institute also plays a huge role. Please tell us about those experiments that he's going to take forward. And
yes, of course. Yes, again, I would say it lives up to Prime Minister Modi's mantra of Atmanirbhar Bharat. All these experiments have been developed indigenously. All the kits have been developed and provided indigenously. Some of them, and I'm glad that they are all associated with this ministry. Some of them provided by the Department of Biotechnology, our institute here in Delhi, our institute in Mysuru. Some from CSIR, some also from some of the IITs, some from Indian Institute of Sciences, Bengaluru. And so this is also whole of science, whole of nation, setting a new model of work culture for the rest of the world.
All right, those were some of the reactions. We also played out Dr. Jitendra Singh's soundbite, his first reaction. And I've got Pallava Bakla, my colleague, with me here in the studio, someone who understands this more than anyone else. Pallava, while we've been talking through the morning in our special broadcast, talk to us now about the next steps from here on. You know, the blast-off has happened at 12:01 p.m. today from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. What next now? Talk to us about the 28-hour crucial journey. What is it that we are now looking forward to?
Well, I learn at every stage. Yes, we report space very actively here at NDTV, but it's a learning at every stage. SpaceX human space flights, we have never reported earlier, so it's a learning at every stage. Yes, the liftoff successfully happened at 1 minute past 12, which is 1 minute past noon for India. And now Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla becomes the second Indian to go into space. We've had people of Indian origin, but now to have an Indian citizen in space is a very proud moment. Currently, the Crew Dragon, which they have named Grace, and this crew got to name the Dragon because it was a spanking new Dragon, which is the capsule, and they have named it Grace. And accompanying them is another small little member, a baby swan called Joy, the zero gravity indicator. So Joy, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, astronaut Peggy Whitson, a Hungarian and a Polish astronaut, are currently cruising around Earth at about 400 kilometers above the Earth, speeding at over 28,000 kilometers an hour. It is a huge velocity. They will dock with the International Space Station, but tomorrow, if all goes well, by about 4:30 p.m. India time. So it is a 28-hour journey. Right now, the ascent phase is over. They are in the quiet phase of the space travel. So they would have taken off their suits, which is called doffing of the suits. And Group Captain Shukla would have had his first meal in space in zero gravity or near zero gravity, which people call microgravity. It's not easy to eat in space. He would have had his first taste. Gee.
Indeed, absolutely. And I was going to ask you that, you know, these meals are very carefully curated, aren't they? Because everything needs to be very minutely taken care of in terms of what they eat, to how they remain there, in terms of fitness, all aspects, isn't it? Tell us more about all that, sir.
Sure. They carry very specially curated meals, and meals are such that they don't leave crumbs which can float around, because then they can go and contaminate the ship in which they are traveling or at the International Space Station. Normally when they reach the International Space Station, the space station follows what is called the London time or the Greenwich Mean Time. So everything is fixed according to that. They would have their breakfast, they would have their lunch. Each one normally has their lunch separately, but the dinner is had in a group. There are already 7 astronauts on board the International Space Station, 3 cosmonauts and 4 astronauts, the difference being Russian and American. And the current commander of the space station is a Japanese astronaut. And when they dock at the International Space Station, docking is a very complex and carefully choreographed procedure. It takes more than 2 hours for the actual docking process to complete. See, both spacecrafts are traveling in the same plane, in the same orbit, at 28,000 kilometers per hour. Both have to come together, join, and the docking takes place. It's a very tricky process. The Crew Dragon is so configured that it can do an autonomous docking, but Group Captain Shukla is the mission pilot. So if things go off nominal or not correct, then he can pilot the docking. And we already have astronaut Peggy Whitson, who's a veteran and a legend of an astronaut from America, as the commander. So between them, they will do the docking. So now, after their meal, they would have 8 hours of rest. So Group Captain Shukla would get his first nap in space. So an interesting thing, first meal in space, because it happened around early morning America time, which would be, say, breakfast time in London. So it would be his lunch time in space. And then they would have a nap in space for 8 hours. And then there would be 3 possible events in which the crew will be able to speak to Earth. We do not know what the times would be and whether they would be possible or not. Axiom Space has announced that there would be 3 possibilities, but there are complexities because the connectivity has to be there and the astronauts have to be available, and they would be announced 15 minutes prior to each event. Hopefully at least one of them, before they reach the International Space Station, we should be able to hear. And then when they reach the International Space Station and the docking happens, it will be an almost 2-hour process. Then they enter the International Space Station. And as Group Captain Shukla said, he's already in space with the Tiranga, and he will float into the International Space Station carrying the pride of India, with being the first Indian to go to the International Space Station.
Indeed, the first Indian to go to the International Space Station, carrying the hopes, aspirations and dreams of 1 billion plus people. And let me then quickly also welcome Mr. Arvind Paranjpe, who's the director of the Nehru Planetarium here at the Nehru Center, and Nalin Wickramasinghe, who is a Sri Lankan-born British astronomer and astrobiologist, into the broadcast. Thank you so much, both of you, for joining us on this very special, very momentous day as we talk about the Axiom 4 mission, what it means for India's space journey going forward in terms of both learnings and also a roadmap. Let me start with you, Mr. Nalin, in terms of your first thoughts about the significance of this momentous day today.
Well, I think it's an important, hugely important day. And this is the first Indian astronaut in space. And I think we should also remember that India has a really long history of achievements in space that go back to the sort of 500 AD of the common 500 years of the common era with Aryabhata, and the sun-centered heliocentric model of the solar system was entirely Aryabhata's, and it was 1,000 years after that Copernicus and Newton and so on took it over. So India has a long history of space exploration, in a sense. And in terms of ISRO, there have been so many very important events in the last sort of 50 years. And this is also the 50th year of the launching of an Indian satellite, isn't it? So I think there are very, very important markers that stand out here. And the first Indian in space, in the International Space Station, is immensely significant in continuing this great tradition of Indian space science.
All right, I'll get in Pallava also in the broadcast, and he has his thoughts as well. But let me just take a quick opening comment from Mr. Paranjpe as well in terms of while we talk about the next phase, we're talking about the entire process of docking into the International Space Station and how complex and challenging that process itself may be. But talk to us about the significance of Shubhanshu Shukla being the first Indian to be at the International Space Station.
You know, when you talked about this, I remember I go back in time in 1984 when we heard Rakesh Sharma going into the space. You see, these events, which we are so thankful to you for broadcasting it live, because as a child, as a student, I was listening to and I was hearing about Rakesh Sharma's space mission. And the same way, today, a lot of Indian and children across the world would be hearing and listening and probably joining this event. So it sort of inspires young students to see this space mission, people going, and particularly in India. So, I mean, you remember that even Kalpana Chawla, actually, when she saw that, and well, she was an American citizen, but she got inspired. So such events are really inspiring young children to take to either science or space science or any science for that matter. Because I heard it is said that one of the experiments which is involved in the at the space station is that yellow lentil, moong dal, which they are going to experiment over it and see how it sprouts in the space, because that information would be available later on for the new spacecraft or Gaganyaan mission that we are doing it. So there are many such things where, but I would say from my side, that is as an outreach officer connecting to general public, I would say that this is a fantastic mission. It was a beautiful launch, and that would inspire large number of people, students,
Mr.
and college students.
Hold your thought there, sir. Hold your thought there, sir. I want to now quickly talk about and in fact pull out this very important message that's come in from India's first space hero in 1984, Rakesh Sharma, who's wishing Shubhanshu Shukla and other astronauts on this journey. Let's play that out first.
Wishing you all the very best. To the crew, Godspeed, and spend as much time as possible to look out of the window. Have a fun.
And I think that's the most important part as well, isn't it, Pallava, when Rakesh Sharma mentioned that look out of the window as much as you can, because those breathtaking shots, those breathtaking visuals we're not getting here. Our folks on Earth are not going to get any of those, are they?
When the schedule
Hamari
of an
Sundar Vasundhara Neela
at the
Ranki, I mean, it is
International
amazing.
Space Station is chalked out literally minute by minute. I'm told they normally have an 11-hour day, starting with wake up, ending with bedtime. And the only time they get some off time is after they have completed their jobs. And then they go, most of them head to the cupola. And the cupola is that 360-degree view window from the International Space Station. And it doesn't look up to the sky, it looks towards Earth. And Group Captain Shukla has told me that he would be documenting every part of his journey. So we should see some incredible pictures coming down after his mission is over. So it's a very, very busy, packed day, every day for Group Captain Shukla. There are 60 experiments in all by the 4 astronauts, 7 India-specific experiments. In addition, there are 5 human experiments which are being done between NASA and ISRO as a collaboration. And there are at least 3 outreach events, one with a school and with Trivandrum, and the other with Lucknow, and possibly a event with a VIP. And I give you no credit for guessing who would that VIP be. And end of the day, it would be an incredible journey for Group Captain Shukla and Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma, when he spoke to me earlier, also had mentioned that please look out of the window. You will come back a changed man. Group Captain Shukla, Group Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma's life changed after his astronaut mission. And he said, Group Captain Shukla's life will also change and his perspective may change. More importantly, Group Captain Shukla is only 39 years old. He is part of India's Gaganyaan program, which is still being nurtured very actively by the Indian Space Research Organization. And his contribution for India's Gaganyaan program would be very, very strong. And the foundational effect he would give to it would give India 2 decades of extra work. This is ISRO's style. They always choose a relatively young person. I don't know whether 39 we should call somebody young or old or whatever, but ISRO always chooses somebody who's relatively young so that they can contribute extensively for the development of India's mission. And Gaganyaan is a huge mission by India. Indeed, finally putting an Indian on the moon from Sriharikota, where the countdown will also be Indian. Today the countdown was American. Today I personally am looking forward to day when we have an Indian in space where the countdown is also Indian. And it would be a great moment. It was a great moment today also. I'm not discounting that. But that would be an even more greater moment for the country.
More symbolic for us. And I'm going to talk about the age factor that you mentioned, because I remember during this broadcast, we had some global experts and they had mentioned that how the age, as far as some of the NASA astronauts were concerned, were in mid-50s. But Shubhanshu Shukla is 39 years of age. I'm going to come back and talk more on that, but I want to reflect the information that you're seeing on your screens right now. Prime Minister Modi has put out a message on X platform. He said that we welcome the successful launch of the space mission carrying astronauts from India, Hungary, Poland and the US. The Indian astronaut Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla is on way to become the first Indian to go to International Space Station. He carries with him the wishes, hopes and aspirations of 1.4 billion Indians. Wish him and other astronauts all the success. So President Murmu had earlier issued a congratulatory message, and those are wishes, best wishes coming in from Prime Minister Modi. Remember, this is a mission that's extremely critical and important for India, for its space aspirations going forward. We're speaking about Gaganyaan. We're speaking about the kind of learnings that will come in from Axiom 4 mission and how that will pave India's future trajectory from here on. Before I get in, both Mr. Nalin as well as Arvind, let me ask you this. When we talk about, this momentous occasion right now, we talk about this particular moment that is there in terms of India's space journey. How do you envisage the next 4, 5, 6, 10 years? Because beyond that is difficult to sort of envisage. But right now, if we take the immediate future from here on, what do you think would be the milestones to watch out for?
Well, the big milestone for India would be a Viksit Bharat. I may not be there for that, but yes, India would be a developed country, at least in space and atomic energy. The world considers India a highly developed country, and we have shown that repeatedly. But the roadmap for the Indian space program has been laid out fully and clearly by Prime Minister Narendra Modi till 2040. So next 7-8 years is already there. But till 2040, the roadmap has been laid. The government has given them the plan. The government has given them a budget. So the cabinet cleared it. 33,000 crore rupees have been approved by the government, which was, it'll pave out like this. Human space flight, the first one is likely to happen in 2027, where an Indian will go from Sriharikota. First Indian space station by 2035, and then to put an Indian on the moon by 2040. So we have a clear roadmap. But in between, there are also missions which would be going back to the moon for a sample collection mission, a visit to Venus. I'm sure, Gauri, you would love that, a visit to Venus. It's a highly uninhabitable planet, but women love Venus. And Venus would be one revisit possibility for India. And then going to Mars. And in between, we have our own bread and butter missions of sending communication satellites, sending Earth observation satellites, and sending satellites which keep an eye on Pakistan so that they don't do nonsense like what they did, and also having missions to keep track of what is happening with our eastern neighbor and northern neighbor. So plenty of things lined up, and India's space ecosystem with those startups which are there is revving up. We have 2 startups ready to launch their first rockets into space in orbital flights, a Skyroot and Agnikul. So a lot happening on the space sector, and the government is supporting the Indian Space Research Organization and the space sector in a very big way, and there is a purpose for that. See, India offers a destination where you can do a lot of engineering at relatively low costs. So as the world is heading out to inhabit the moon, a lot of the engineering could well happen in India. So there is a purpose in all of this. It's not just all blue sky work. Hopefully the Indian space economy would grow by leaps and bounds and all contribute towards a Viksit Bharat. And I personally, I can't wait for 2047. I want a Viksit Bharat sooner than 2047.
Indeed. You mentioned some very important aspects of what this is likely to give a fresh impetus to, the private space economy being one of them. There are important startups that are in this field and are likely to get a fresh impetus with the Axiom 4 mission and the learnings that are likely to come. And we're going to touch upon these experiments as well in just a bit. But I want to get in a word from Nalin as well, which is that in terms of the private space economy, the space startups that are coming up in India, how much do you think they will get a boost with this mission, the success of this mission, whether it is in terms of funding, whether it is in terms of tech talent? That's another very important aspect. How much do you think they will get a fillip with this mission?
Well, I think they would get a huge fillip, and one of the important economic byproducts of space exploration will be space mining. Sort of going to space, going for meteorites and bringing them back, and looking to isolate the rare minerals that we have on the Earth. So there's plenty of that stuff in space, and so harvesting meteorites for these very precious metals that we need, I think that's one aspect of space exploration that's going to happen in the future. Another aspect, of course, is the confirmation of life existing in space. Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, collaborated with me and with the late Professor Nalika in 2001, and we sent, and ISRO, in fact, not we, sent balloons to the upper stratosphere, brought back material that contained weird bacteria and unknown on the Earth, and some of these were named after Aryabhatha, one species named after Aryabhatha, and so on. So I think the interstellar space, the space around the Earth, is by all expectations that we have, full of microorganisms, and trying to understand that biosphere that surrounds the Earth would be very important for the future. But on a more general level, I think we are at the crossroads, and the future of the world is essentially in space. Space exploration, as I said, space mining, study of life in space, and actually landing on planets like Mars or satellites like the Moon are going to be the future of the Indian Space Research Organization, I think.
All right. Okay, I want to now ask, and something that I'm sure a lot of viewers would also like to know, that when you talk about those 60 experiments, when you talk about those 7 experiments specifically for India and the 5 that ISRO and NASA will do together, what exactly are those experiments? What are we really looking in terms of our key findings here? And Pallava sir, take us through, and our viewers, in terms of what is the kind of experiments, first the India-centric 7 experiments that have been curated. What are these? What are we expected to identify and find from these experiments?
Survival in space of organisms, including large organisms like ourselves, I think that's very important to study.
All right.
And
I'll come to you, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Vikramasinghe, I'll come to you. Yes, Pallav sir.
See, this is the first time India would be doing specific biology experiments in space at the International Space Station. So these are, as I would continue to call them, the first baby steps. Some of the experiments are fairly basic, but they have great impact for India's own Gaganyaan program. They are for biofarming. They are also for understanding what happens to muscles when you go into microgravity. There's one experiment on what happens to your eyes in microgravity. So simple experiments, but they can have a lasting impact. But more importantly, our Indian scientists will get a handle of how to do experiments in microgravity. And it's not easy. It's easier said than done to do experiments just like sprouting moong dal and methi in space. But to do that, there is a lot of procedure which goes in because NASA doesn't allow anything and everything to go to the International Space Station. So it's a lot of learning for these 7 principal investigators of India who are conducting these experiments. These 7 NASA ISRO experiments are human biology experiments for which the details have not been revealed and we have no idea what they are. But I'm hoping there would be to understand how the Indian person behaves in space, because there is very little data the world has about Indians in space. The more data we get about humans in space, the better it is. The experiments which go on at the International Space Station are extremely sophisticated.
Right.
For 25 years, the space station has been inhabited by Americans, and some of the experiments they have done are very, very complex and detailed. For us, it's a beginning. Let's look at that as a beginning. And scientists are getting their hands wet. So we may get some great results. Remember Chandrayaan-1, everybody was laughing that India is going to the moon in 2008 when Neil Armstrong landed on the moon in 1969.
Yes.
But it was India's Chandrayaan which found water molecule presence on the moon and changed the global understanding of the moon. So let us hope something will emerge from it. More importantly, as we go ahead with our Gaganyaan program, these 7 scientists will mature and do incredible work for India, because we need all that experience on board as we proceed ahead with our Gaganyaan program.
Absolutely, sir. In fact, let's get in another interesting voice on the broadcast. We have Mr. Dalip Tahil, who's joining us. He essayed the role of a NASA scientist in Mission Mangal. He joins us on the broadcast as well. Mr. Tahil, your thoughts on seeing real-life heroes? These are real-life scientists and astronauts. And how does it feel to see this mission take off, those breathtaking visuals, especially for someone who essayed the role of a scientist and an astronaut a couple of years back?
Well, very good afternoon to you. Thank you very much for having me on your program. It's such a distinguished panel of such a distinct gentlemen on the panel who are, the scientists and the people who know much more about the experiments that are going to. As far as I'm concerned, I mean, Mission Mangal, the film, although I did play a scientist in it, but that was strictly for the movies. What I saw today was the real thing, the actual, the kind of the stress was palpable on the families, the situation on all of us while we watched the launch. So that was very special and a huge occasion and a big, big congratulations to ISRO and to the country, India, for this monumental achievement in putting Group Captain Shukla into this mission, of which he's the pilot. That's it's absolutely wonderful to see it. And I, like everyone else, although I worked in the studio in Mission Control in Mission Mangal, but I can promise you that the feeling today was completely and utterly so real that it was nothing like the movie. Having said that, the other point of the thing for me is that it is very interesting to note that there are the crew comprises of people from all different parts of the globe. I mean, there's an Indian, there's an American, I believe there's a Hungarian. I think this message is very, very important in today's war-torn world, and with all the conflict that is going on in the world, to understand that we have to come together in harmony and combine our goodwill and resources for the greater good of mankind. I hope this message resonates to parts where we understand that it's only the coming together of different different nationalities, and that will sort of be better for the universe and better for human beings. But all said and done, it's a momentous occasion.
Indeed, it is a momentous occasion, and you mentioned an interesting fact that the 4 astronauts, American, Indian, Hungarian, and Polish, at a time when there is such a divided world. Well, the International Space Station where this will be docking is operated by 15 countries together. So when it comes to space, humanity is together, isn't it? And Mr. Tahil, then I want to ask you, as an actor who sees visuals to be able to prepare for roles, who sees such instances, that's how you sort of prepare for roles, I would assume. So how important has today's momentous occasion and the visuals that came in today?
Well, I mean, as much as you're giving me the importance of thinking that I'll prepare for a role, I mean, I can prepare for a role which gives me a lot of visual insights into it, but I don't think I'll ever be ready to actually be an astronaut and to go into a mission like this, which is a totally different ballgame. It is amazing amount of courage and training, and the kind of time that has been invested in these individuals to come to this level and to pilot a mission like this. I can only portray it on the screen if I do get the opportunity.
I meant just that, role of an astronaut in a movie.
Yeah, well, now,
I'm
already imagining that I'm piloting this mission all the way to the docking station, but that's something completely different. That as an actor, I do imagine and visualize and fantasize, really. But it was remarkable. The liftoff, the liftoff was absolutely mesmerizing to see it live and to see the rockets come into action, and the whole thing was just the countdown. It was absolutely mesmerizing, and जैसे बोलते Hindi में तो रोंगटे खड़े हो गए, and I could just see the expression and the feelings that were there in the family and the people watching from the family. So I really wish this mission all success. I hope they all come back safe and with all the experiments in place, which the gentleman before me mentioned, which are very, very important to the general growth and the well-being and the greater good of mankind.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Dilip Tahil, thanks much for speaking to us. You're right, rongte वाकई खड़े हो गए. Not just you, but all people who are watching this, 1.4 billion people whose aspirations and dreams Shubhanshu Shukla is carrying on his shoulders with that Tiranga. And Mr. Nalin Vikramasinghe, thank you so much for speaking to us on this very big story. And in fact, let me also thank Mr. Pallava Bagla, our in-house science editor, someone, as I say, who knows this much better than anyone else in NDTV put together. Thank you so much, sir, for your insight and thoughts.
Our team is very good. It's the team which makes the difference. Individuals like you and me are the face, but it's that massive team behind us which makes sure that we are able to perform to perfection and give our viewers the very best.
And the perfect liftoff.
Perfect liftoff was a different team delivered.
Of course.
But to be able to communicate that and communicate that over this long delays from May 29th onwards, it's been literally 4, 5, 6 months of relentless coverage which we have been able to do. And you and I are the faces, but there's a massive team behind us which makes sure that Gauri and Pallav and Vishnu and Shiv and Rahul and all of us give our very best, because India deserves nothing but the best. And this is our cosmic leap.
Indeed.
So we have to be there to showcase it to India.
Absolutely, sir. Very well put. And on that note, viewers, we're going to slip into a very short break, come back with a quick check of some of the other big stories that are happening around the world and in India. Stay with us.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and lift. control.
Stage 2 in preparation for second and booster 1.
सबको खुशी है
खुशी है कोई दिक्कत नहीं सब खुश है
मुझे पता रहा आइए हम सब मिलकर भारत की ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की जर्नी की शुरुआत करें। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7. Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
There have been 4 alerts which have been sounded off here. In fact, what we can confirm is that one missile did hit a residential building in Beersheba.
Viewers, turning attention now to some of the other stories coming in. First up, Prime Minister Modi has called the imposition of emergency the darkest chapter in India's democratic history. Prime Minister Modi says that no Indian will ever forget the manner in which the spirit of the Constitution was violated and Parliament's voice was muzzled. As the country marks 50 years of emergency, Prime Minister Modi announced a book that chronicles his experience during those years and on how they shaped his journey as a leader. Home Minister Amit Shah also slammed Congress for the imposition of emergency in 1975 and said, "We overcame a dark chapter like the emergency because our nation never bows down to dictatorship." Mr. Shah said that the emergency was imposed by former PM Indira Gandhi as she saw a threat to her power and there was no external danger or internal unrest. There's a political face-off that has erupted over this. Let's play out some sound bites on that.
आपातकाल क्या था, इसकी व्याख्या कोई एक वाक्य में नहीं हो सकती, परंतु एक मल्टी पार्टी डेमोक्रेसी, मूल स्वभाव जिस देश का लोकतांत्रिक है, ये लोकतांत्रिक देश के स्वभावगत लोकतांत्रिक देश की मल्टी पार्टी डेमोक्रेसी को व्यक्ति के तानाशाही में बदलने का षड्यंत्र का नाम है आपातकाल।
11 साल के शासन में कुछ करके दिखाया नहीं, पर देश को अगर एक रखना है, अखंड रखना है, तो आपको सभी जाति सभी धर्म के लोगों को साथ लेके चलना ही पड़ेगा। आरएसएस और बीजेपी ने अपनी उंगली भी नहीं कटाई उस वक्त। इनको पूछो, इनको, आप भी उस वक्त नहीं थे, आप इनके नेता थे बुजुर्ग, उस वक्त में इन्होंने क्यों नहीं आजादी जंग में भाग लिया। इनके पास कहने कुछ नहीं, इनके पास हिंदुओं को भड़काने वाला कुछ भी नहीं है। और बेरोजगारी है, उसकी चिंता इनको नहीं है। महंगाई बहुत भयंकर बढ़ रही है, उसकी चिंता इनको नहीं है। तो और क्या करेंगे? इमरजेंसी की बात करेंगे।
50 years of the emergency.
भाइयों और बहनों, राष्ट्रपति जी ने आपातकाल की घोषणा की है।
India's darkest hour, June 25th, 1975. Lest we forget. The emergency. NDTV rewinds when democracy was suspended.
लोकतंत्र का गला घोट दिया गया था। भारत के संविधान निर्माताओं की तपस्या को मिट्टी में मिलाने की कोशिश की गई।
Indira Gandhi's assault on freedom. An NDTV special, Wednesday, June 25th.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
The markets move. Welcome back, viewers. We turn attention now to Punjab, where senior Akali leader and former Punjab Minister Vikram Singh Majithia, who's being probed in a 2021 drug case, has been arrested after Punjab Vigilance Bureau raided his residence. As per sources, this is a fresh case that the Punjab Vigilance Bureau has arrested Majithia in for allegedly possessing assets that are disproportionate to his known sources of income. Let's play out this soundbite as a reaction of Vikram Singh Majithia.
ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਕੇਜਰੀਵਾਲ ਦੀ ਬੁਖਲਾਹਟ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਚੁੱਪ ਕਰਾਉਣ ਦੀ, ਆਪੋਜੀਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਚੁੱਪ ਕਰਾਉਣ ਦੀ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਬਹੁਤ ਘੱਟ ਬੋਲਦੇ ਆ, ਅੱਜ ਵੇਖਣ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲੀ। ਅੱਜ ਮੇਰੇ ਤੇ ਕੱਲ ਰਾਤ ਨੂੰ ਵਿਜੀਲੈਂਸ ਦਾ ਪਰਚਾ ਦਰਜ ਕੀਤਾ। ਅੱਜ ਇੱਕ ਇੰਦਰਪਾਲ ਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਡੀਐਸਪੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆਪਦੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਇੰਟਰੋਡਕਸ਼ਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ, 50 ਤੋਂ ਵੱਧ ਬੰਦੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ श्री अमृतसर साहब जिथे असीं सीगे गृह विखे उत्थे धावा बोलिया ये की तरीका है तुसीं कानून नूं असीं सबमिट कर दें.
All right, viewers, with that is a wrap on the show. Thanks so much for watching. News and updates continue on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
सज गया है मंच, शिरकत करेंगे जाने माने कलाकार। एनडीटीवी का क्रिएटर्स मंच है आपके लिए तैयार। शामिल होंगे लेजेंडरी राइटर जावेद अख्तर, अपनी कविताओं से युवाओं के दिलों पर राज करने वाले कवि कुमार विश्वास, समय से परे की फिल्म बनाने वाले डायरेक्टर इम्तियाज अली और बेस्ट सेलिंग राइटर चेतन भगत। यहाँ फन और एंटरटेनमेंट मिलेगा, साहित्य से नई रचनाएं, नई सोच, नया मंच। एनडीटीवी लाया है आपके लिए क्रिएटर्स मंच। आप भी जुड़ें एनडीटीवी नेटवर्क पर।
50 years of the emergency.
भाइयों और बहनों, राष्ट्रपति जी ने आपातकाल की घोषणा की है।
India's darkest hour, June 25th, 1975. Lest we forget. The emergency. NDTV rewinds when democracy was suspended.
लोकतंत्र का गला घोट दिया गया था। भारत के संविधान निर्माताओं की तपस्या को मिट्टी में मिलाने की कोशिश की गई।
Indira Gandhi's assault on freedom. An NDTV special, Wednesday, June 25th.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Denzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20
BJP versus the Congress as far as 50 years of emergency is concerned, and Prime Minister Modi's jibe at the Congress party, saying the Congress put democracy on sale, calling it the darkest phase as far as India's democratic history is concerned. And the Congress is saying emergency is gone and now undeclared emergency is on. So, you know, the Congress party there, Mallikarjun Kharge, attacking the Prime Minister's dig when it comes to 50 years of emergency. And a Sardarji 3 row that has exploded with the Mika Singh there slamming Diljit Dosanjh for working with a Pakistani actress. Now, Mika's took to social media site Instagram and put out a post in which he referred to Diljit without really taking his name, referring to him as a fake singer. And vigilance heat when it comes to Bikram Majithia, the ex-Punjab minister, has been arrested. Allegedly, this is Aam Aadmi Party's attempt to silence the opposition. Those are the allegations that are being made by Majithia. He has gone on to say that his earlier case, as well as this one, is nothing but fabrication of the Aam Aadmi Party. And in Telangana, as far as this is another similar case such as Sonam Raghuvanshi that's come to light, that surface of a newly wed Telangana man allegedly who was murdered exactly a month to the date of his wedding. The wife as well as the mother-in-law have been taken into custody. They are looking for the man involved. The man who was apparently involved with the wife is said to be on the run. Shubhanshu Shukla, the second Indian, is in space. A journey to this is which will take about 28 hours. Shukla's first words after the launch was, "What a ride!" The family's proud moment and is over. The mother has gone on to say that while wiping off her tears, that these are tears of joy. A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadva. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including Prime Minister Modi calling the imposition of emergency the darkest chapter in India's democratic history. Prime Minister Modi says that no Indian will ever forget the manner in which the spirit of the Constitution was violated and that the Parliament was muzzled. As the country marks 50 years of emergency, Prime Minister Modi announced a book that chronicles his experience during those years and how they shaped his journey as a leader. While Home Minister Amit Shah has also slammed the Congress Party for the imposition of emergency in 1965 and said, "We overcame a dark chapter like the emergency because our nation never bows down to dictatorship." Amit Shah said that emergency was imposed by the former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi as she saw a threat to her power and there was no external danger or internal unrest. Let's listen in to Prime Minister Modi and Amit Shah.
आपातकाल क्या था, इसकी व्याख्या कोई एक वाक्य में नहीं हो सकती, परंतु एक मल्टी पार्टी डेमोक्रेसी, मूल स्वभाव जिस देश का लोकतांत्रिक है, ये लोकतांत्रिक देश के स्वभावगत लोकतांत्रिक देश की मल्टी पार्टी डेमोक्रेसी को व्यक्ति के तानाशाही में बदलने का षड्यंत्र का नाम है आपातकाल।
11 साल के शासन में कुछ करके दिखाया नहीं, पर देश को अगर एक रखना है, अखंड रखना है, तो आपको सभी जाति सभी धर्म के लोगों को साथ लेके चलना ही पड़ेगा। आरएसएस और बीजेपी ने अपनी उंगली भी नहीं कटाई उस वक्त में। इनको पूछो, इनको आप भी उस वक्त यही थे, आप इनके नेता थे बुजुर्ग, उस वक्त में इन्होंने क्यों नहीं आजादी जंग में भाग लिया। इनके पास कहने कुछ नहीं, इनके पास हिंदुओं को भड़काने वाला कुछ भी नहीं है। और बेरोजगारी है, उसकी चिंता इनको नहीं है। महंगाई बहुत भयंकर बढ़ रही है, उसकी चिंता इनको नहीं है। तो और क्या करेंगे? इमरजेंसी की बात करेंगे।
जो लोग अपने गवर्नेंस में नाकामयाब रहे, कुछ नहीं कर सके और उनकी विफलता इतनी है कि लोग आज इन्फ्लेशन के लिए पूछ रहे हैं कि भाई इतनी महंगाई बढ़ रही क्यों? उसका सवाल का उनके पास जवाब नहीं है। बेरोजगारी का नहीं है, भ्रष्टाचार का नहीं है, आर्थिक बदहाली जो हो गई, नोटबंदी जो हो गई, बाहर का काला धन लाने की जो बात हो गई, वो सब कहाँ है? झूठ जो बातें इन्होंने बार बार करते आए हैं, तो उस झूठ को छुपाने के लिए, अपने बातों को छुपाने के लिए वे आज ये नाटक रचे।
आज ही के दिन कांग्रेस की उस समय की प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमती इंदिरा गांधी ने आपातकाल की घोषणा 50 साल पहले की थी। जो केवल एक राजनीतिक घटना नहीं थी, बल्कि लोकतंत्र पर सीधा हमला था, एक कुठाराघात था। 25 जून 1975 की आधी रात को तत्कालीन प्रधानमंत्री इंदिरा गांधी ने आंतरिक अशांति का बहाना बनाकर भारत पर आपातकाल थोप दिया था और देश के संविधान की हत्या कर दी थी। 50 वर्ष बाद भी कांग्रेस उसी मानसिकता के साथ जी रही है। उसकी नीयत आज भी वैसी ही तानाशाही वाली है।
And to know more on this, we have my colleague Aishwarya Jain joining us. Aishwarya, the Prime Minister there saying that the values enshrined in the Constitution were set aside. Fundamental rights were suspended, adding how it really taught him really hard life lessons.
Well, that's right. There's a massive face-off that we can witness today between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress over emergency. The government has issued the notification of observing 50 years of emergency as Samvidhan Hatya Divas, and at many places across the country there are functions being organized by the government as far as how they remember emergency and the black days, the black era that India faced. It is several of the leaders from the Bharatiya Janata Party, union ministers like Amit Shah, JP Nadda, all had been posting, including Prime Minister, about remembering their days when the emergency was imposed. In fact, Home Minister Amit Shah yesterday went on to say that this was 50 years ago when a despotic ruler who tried her best to continue the dynasty politics, and she wanted to impose emergency and surpass all the constitutional rights of the country. These were the black days, and certainly it was only when they were participating in such movements, when they were Bal Swam Sevak of the RSS, including Prime Minister also, who remembered his days, and how the country had faced that black era, and people should not forget about these black days. On the contrary, it is the Congress party who has been saying that it is an undeclared emergency today because people had not been given rights. Anyone who speaks against the government, they are called anti-nationals. The governor has no rules. Vice Prime Minister not going to Manipur, and the powers had been suppressed of media also. So there has been a complete face-off that we can witness between the BJP and the Congress, but it is the Bharatiya Janata Party who are organizing several programs. Today we will witness at around 3:30 when Amit Shah would be holding a mega program and would be addressing about how 50 years of emergency had concluded, and India should not forget about these days.
Right. Aishwarya, also take us through how is the Congress party reacting to the BJP slamming the imposition of emergency?
Well, it's the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge who conducted a press conference, and starting from stating that it's an undeclared emergency on the country that we are facing. In fact, people today are speaking about how to save Constitution, Samvidhan kis tarike se bachana hai, and that's the entire movement that Rahul Gandhi is leading for the opposition. It is also the Congress President who went on to say that today whenever a youth or a college student or anyone who wanted to raise any issues against the government, then they are called anti-national. Cases are being lodged against them. Media is not being allowed to speak against the government policies. And also Congress President went on to say that the country and particularly states like Manipur, which was burning for last 2 years, Prime Minister had no time to go over there. Today the governors are just the puppet of the government, and whenever they try to use their powers, they are being shunted out. And these are few examples that Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge gave while addressing the country. In fact, he went on to say that this has happened 50 years ago and nothing is now being remembered. Why not people or this government wants to move forward rather, just remembering what has happened 50 years back. So there is a complete, a rebuttal that has come from the Congress party in terms of what the Bharatiya Janata Party or the government in official notification that had been issued across the country to observe 50 years complete face-off that we are witnessing currently between the Congress and BJP.
Right. Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for giving us all those details. Let's just also take a look at this AI-generated video imagining Prime Minister Modi during the emergency period. He says when this was imposed, he was very young and the anti-emergency movement was a learning experience for him. It reaffirmed the vitality of preserving our democratic framework. At the same time, I got to learn so much from people across the political spectrum. He's also gone on to say that it really shaped his life experience and him as a leader going forward. So there, the values enshrined in the Constitution were set aside, is what Prime Minister Modi has gone on to say, and fundamental rights were suspended. The press freedom was extinguished, and a large number of political leaders, social workers, students, and ordinary citizens were jailed. And that is what the Prime Minister has highlighted, but saying that things would have been different had it not been for the Congress party. Prime Minister Modi Let's get you more news coming in, and this is in regard to news that's very shocking at that, coming out of Telangana a month after the murder of Indore's Raja Raghuvanshi. A similar case has come to light from Andhra Pradesh's Kurnool. A 32-year-old man was found murdered a month after his wedding. His newly-wed wife and his mother-in-law have been taken into custody for allegedly conspiring his murder. The wife allegedly was involved with a bank employee who is now said to be on the run. We have my colleague Uma joining us. Uma, there are more people believed to be involved in this particular case who were hired in order to eliminate the husband. What details do you have for us? And what's the case that the police has made so far against the wife?
So the police have arrested the bank manager Thirumal Rao, who is said to be the lover of Aishwarya, the woman who got married just about a month ago, and within a month she planned the murder of her husband. What we understand is that Aishwarya was in a relationship with Thirumal Rao, who was a bank manager in Kurnool district of Andhra Pradesh, and she was to be married off to Tejeshwar in February this year. She broke off the marriage, went absconding, and subsequently came back and convinced Tejeshwar to get married to her, saying that she is in love with him and she had gone away only because her mother was not able to pay the dowry, and she got married to him on the 18th of May, and subsequently she had planned, there are about 2,000 phone calls that have happened between Thirumal Rao, the lover, and Aishwarya, and he's an already married man, 8 years into marriage, no children, and he wanted to marry Aishwarya, and he had even booked tickets for them to go away to Ladakh after eliminating Tejeshwar. And the conspiracy happened like this. 3 people who came to ask for loans from Thirumal Rao. He had used them, hired them to become assassins, and they came and took Tejeshwar for a land survey activity, because Tejeshwar is not just a dancer, professional dancer, but also a private land surveyor, and they took him, and it is based on the CCTV that the police tracked his location from Gadwal in Telangana, where Tejeshwar and Aishwarya used to live after they got married, and towards Kurnool, and that's where the trail ended. And subsequently on June 21 is when his body was found there, and it was already putrefied because about 4 days had passed since his murder, and it was based on a tattoo that they found on the arm of the Tejeshwar that said Amma. It is on the basis of that they identified him, and subsequently, because the family of Tejeshwar expressed doubt about Aishwarya, and they had in fact forewarned Tejeshwar not to marry Aishwarya because of the kind of an affair she is said to have had with Thirumal Rao, and subsequently the police now have arrested both the bank manager as well as Aishwarya and the 3 hired assassins who were involved in slitting the throat of Tejeshwar and also dumping his body in a canal in Kurnool district. Back to you.
Body that was found in a canal. Thank you so much, Uma, for those details. Stay with us for our next story, and this is coming out of Hyderabad. A very tragic piece of news coming out of Hyderabad, where a woman was killed in a hit-and-run incident. This was a Bolero car that swerved and hit her. She had come out of a car because a car had broken down, and she was standing right next to it. And that is the CCTV footage of the incident that took place in Hyderabad. Uma has all the details. Uma, what really happened here?
So Amit Karan and his wife Kritika were returning along with their 3-year-old child Madhav and his parents as well, the parents of Amit. And at Kukatpalli is where we are told that the car in fact broke down in the middle of the road. You can see the visual that the car is broken down in the middle of the road. And you see Kritika trying to get out of the car along with her baby. And that's when out of nowhere this Bolero vehicle in fact swerves very, very sharply to its left and hits Kritika, and she is thrown off the road, in fact a huge distance away, and she succumbed in fact there itself because she had suffered very severe injuries. Even the child Madhav had suffered injuries and he was shifted to hospital, and he is said to be safe, but the mother has passed away in this accident, Kritika, because of the manner in which this Bolero had in fact swung swerved very sharply to the left and then hit and ran away. Actually it was a hit and run case. That's why there was suspicion initially whether this was a case of murder. But now they have arrested the driver, who has been identified as Nana Sahib. The family had gone to, Tulja Bhavani temple, and they were returning from there. That's when this accident happened.
Thank you so much, Uma, for getting us the details of the very shocking incident that's taken place in Hyderabad. Moving on, senior Akali leader and former Punjab Minister Bikram Singh Majithia, who is being probed in a 2021 drug case, has been arrested after the Punjab Vigilance Bureau raided his residence. And according to sources, this is in a fresh case that the Punjab Vigilance Bureau arrested him for allegedly possessing assets which were disproportionate to his known sources of income. To know more on this, we have my colleague Gurpreet joining us. But before that, let's listen in to what Majithia had to say.
ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਕੇਜਰੀਵਾਲ ਦੀ ਬੁਖਲਾਹਟ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਚੁੱਪ ਕਰਾਉਣ ਦੀ, ਆਪੋਜੀਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਚੁੱਪ ਕਰਾਉਣ ਦੀ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਬਹੁਤ ਘੱਟ ਬੋਲਦੇ ਆ, ਅੱਜ ਵੇਖਣ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲੀ। ਅੱਜ ਮੇਰੇ ਤੇ ਕੱਲ ਰਾਤ ਨੂੰ ਵਿਜੀਲੈਂਸ ਦਾ ਪਰਚਾ ਦਰਜ ਕੀਤਾ। ਅੱਜ ਇੱਕ ਇੰਦਰਪਾਲ ਨਾਂ ਦੇ DSP ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆਪਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੋਈ ਇੰਟਰੋਡਕਸ਼ਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ, 50 ਤੋਂ ਵੱਧ ਬੰਦੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤਸਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਸੀਗੇ ਗ੍ਰਹਿ ਵਿਖੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਧਾਵਾ ਬੋਲਿਆ। ਇਹ ਕੀ ਤਰੀਕਾ ਹੈ? ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਬਮਿਟ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ।
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਕਿ ਕੀ ਕੁਝ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ। ਸਵੇਰੇ 30 ਬੰਦੇ 30-35 ਬੰਦੇ ਧੱਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਅੰਦਰ ਘਰ ਚ ਆ ਗਏ ਆ ਤੇ ਨਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਵਾਰੰਟ ਦਿਖਾਇਆ ਨਾ ਕੁਛ। ਚੰਡੀਗੜ੍ਹ ਕੋਠੀ 'ਚ ਇਹੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ, ਉੱਥੇ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ। ਇਕੱਲੇ ਮੇਰੇ 80 ਸਾਲ ਦੇ ਮਦਰ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬਿਮਾਰ ਨੇ, ਕੋਈ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ, ਕੋਈ ਨਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ, ਕੁਛ ਨਹੀਂ। ਬਸ ਅੰਦਰ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਵੜ ਗਏ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਫਰੋਲਾ ਫਰਾਲੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਸਾਡੇ ਪਰਸਨਲ ਬਿਲੋਂਗਿੰਗਸ ਨਾਲ, ਨਾ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਫਸਰ ਆਏ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ, ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਦੇਖੋ ਅੱਗੇ ਕੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਮਤਲਬ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਕਾਦਾ ਕਰੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਸਰਕਾਰ, ਇਹ ਕਰੇ ਹੋਰ ਕਰੇ।
Right, and this is Majithia, who will be produced before the Amritsar District Court, and that's going to be taking place in less than an hour's time from now at exactly 3 o'clock this afternoon. This is a new FIR that stems from findings during the ongoing investigation into the 2021 drug trafficking case registered against Majithia. My colleague Gurpreet is joining us to get us the very latest on this. Gurpreet, there was another case that he was on bail. He's been out on bail for that case which revolves around drug trafficking. But this is a second case against him. But he maintains that both these cases have been fabricated by Bhagwant Mann.
Well, we have seen not only Bikramjit Singh Majithia, we have seen the former Union Minister Harsimrat Kaur Badal. She has also reacted on this case and this action which is being taken against Bikramjit Singh Majithia. She says it seems it's the political vendetta which is being played against him because he was very vocal and speaking against the government So that was one of the reasons why this case has been registered. What we have learned from the vigilance officers, they say this is the disproportionate asset case which has been registered. They wanted to probe the money which has been taken from drugs and where he has invested and how he has got a lot of properties. What we have learned, around 25 properties have been raided by the vigilance department in the morning, and finally he was being taken into detention, and now he has been arrested and he will be produced in the court. After that, the further process will be taken care of. But as of now, we have seen it has already created a political row in the state of Punjab. One side, Akali Dal leader, they were holding protest in favor of Bikramjit Singh Majithia, and we have seen all the Akali leaders, they are putting a question mark over this case which has been registered. Multiple special investigation team had been made by the government to probe various allegations against Bikramjit Singh Majithia. And Bikramjit Singh Majithia was facing very serious allegation of drug smuggling. So we have to wait and watch what will be final outcome of this case. But as of now, he has been arrested by the Punjab police and the vigilance, and now he's going to be produced before the court. Back to studio.
Gurpreet, stay with us for our next story, and this is in regard to singer Mika Singh, who has hit out at Diljit Dosanjh's decision to release Sardarji 3 featuring a Pakistani actor. Overseeing, this is really coming about on the heels of the attack that took place in Pahalgam. Now, Mika Singh, in an Instagram post, has called Diljit Dosanjh a fake singer without really taking his name. He went on to share a collage of pictures which featured Diljit and then went on to call him a fake singer. Gurpreet back with us. So Gurpreet, it's been a whale jibe as far as Diljit Dosanjh is concerned, but this is all because of him acting with a Pakistani actor, and this is the backlash that the actor has been receiving just ahead of the release of his film.
Well, we have seen for the last 2-3 days, a lot of questions are being raised over this movie, and specifically these actions which has been taken in this movie. So as of now, what we have learned, multiple decisions are being taken, and they are also trying to probe into all these details. What we have learned, and specifically, they are putting a question mark over Diljit Dosanjh and raising multiple questions.
Right, Gurpreet, thank you so much for getting us details of. It is Mika Singh who has hit out at Diljit Dosanjh for, getting that Pakistani actor in his film Sardarji 3, and that is something that has, created quite a controversy and a lot of backlash in regard to that film. Let's just get you the latest, and this is in other news, and this is in regard to Jammu. A man has been stranded in a river as the water level has been rising due to heavy rain. Rescue operations are underway, and the struggle that has gone on for a long time. The SDRF has been involved in the rescue operations. That man stranded due to the overflowing river. Take a look at the visuals of this man who has been trapped, and this is because of the kind of rainfall that has been reported. This is the Tavi River, and this is in Jammu. This is a flash flood situation that has been caused by heavy rainfall, and there you can see that rescue operations underway in order to rescue the man who had been stranded there because of the kind of rainfall. The man was stuck in the middle of that river in Jammu. He got stranded when that flash flood hit the area. And with that, we're slipping a very short break. Back with a whole lot more on the other side. Do stay with us.
years of the emergency.
भाइयों और बहनों, राष्ट्रपति जी ने आपातकाल की घोषणा की है.
India's darkest hour, June 25th, 1975. Lest we forget. The emergency. NDTV rewinds when democracy was suspended.
लोकतंत्र का गला घोट दिया गया था. भारत के संविधान निर्माताओं की तपस्या को मिट्टी में मिलाने की कोशिश की गई.
Indira Gandhi's assault on freedom. An NDTV special, Wednesday, June 25th.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know your company, powered by
Let's get you the latest as far as the ceasefire that continues to hold as far as Israel and Iran is concerned, announced by US President Donald Trump, appearing to be holding as for now, despite that Iranian missile attack and an Israeli assault on Tehran after the truce. This is the truce that came into effect. On the other side, Trump has lashed out as far as US media is concerned over an intelligence report as far as the leak is concerned, terming them as fake news. Now, White House too refused the report that says that US bombing of Iran's nuclear sites did not completely destroy the facilities and only set the program back by a few months. Donald Trump insists that Iran's nuclear program has been set back by decades by the recent US military strikes, despite an intelligence report casting doubt on their success. The leaked assessment from the Pentagon's Defense Intelligence Agency's estimates that the attack at the weekend sent Iran's nuclear program back by only a few months. That is something that Donald Trump is refuting, calling it fake news. So, of course, that is the latest. This is really comes at a time when, Donald Trump has spoken about this, and he's gone on to, rally against several, media organizations, calling them out for reporting on the intelligence leak. And the United States is, in fact, describing the industry as a whole, as far as the media industry is concerned, taking names and describing that they've, been faking the news, and these are fake reports. Vishal joining us to get us the very latest. Vishal, really take us through the reaction that's coming about with Donald Trump there, totally refuting the claims that are being made, and that too by the Pentagon's Defense Intelligence Agency.
So this is the intel report that was released by Pentagon, that was accessed by many in the US media. It says that strike set backed the program back by only few months. This is in contrary to what US authorities and Trump had been claiming, that the program, the Iran nuclear program, was totally obliterated. So most of the damages were done above ground is what this internal initial assessment says, contrary to what the US authorities have been saying. So it says that most of the damage was done above ground, and also the structure that were lower down, the lower structure of the nuke sites almost were intact. So that goes to show that most of the damage was above ground. This is what the initial assessment says. We'll have to wait for the further assessments. And the sites sustained significant damage is what the report also says. So that goes to show there were significant damages above ground, but lower down, there was almost nothing that happened. This is what the initial assessment suggests, is what we've been saying. And entrances were sealed to 2 nuke sites. Here we have the images. The 2 entrances of the nuke sites at Isfahan were totally sealed off. But as far as the structure inside those tunnels are concerned, there's no report as to what happened inside. And so moving on, the SAT images that we have here of Maxar, that goes to show the damage done. There's a lot of destruction here. A lot of buildings seem to have been destroyed. But Iran's nuke reactors were avoided, is what the internal assessment says. Many of these structures are nuke reactors which were left untouched, is what the internal assessment has said. The damage has been shown in a lot of areas except the lower structures. So some enriched uranium seem to have been moved out. This is also what the initial assessment, the accessed by US media says. Here you can see one of the tunnels of Fordo getting injured, but getting damaged. But here the uranium had been moved out, is what the assessment has said. Many in the US media have claimed that at least 400 kg of uranium had been moved out. So this is what the initial assessment suggests. There will be, of course, many other assessments done in the coming weeks, so that will have to be seen.
Right, of course, Vishal, this really comes at a time when, it is Donald Trump who is literally, taking credit for that ceasefire, but he's also, gone on to say that he managed to, completely destroy that area, where the missiles hit. And this is Donald Trump there now lashing out at the media for, faking that report as far as the extent of damage is concerned. Let's just also get you the latest, and this is in regard to, Donald Trump there going on to say that the ceasefire is going well, and this was in regard to, just before this is the NATO summit in The Hague, and this is, let's get you the latest when it comes to the NATO summit, and that is Donald Trump there saying that we will not allow that militarily, and this is Iran will not enrich. This is the last thing that they want to do is enrich. So this is also what the US Defense Secretary has gone on to talk about, the FBI conducting a leak investigation into the Iran strikes. But NATO leaders have arrived in The Hague for that summit hailed by Germany as historic. The summit is aimed at securing peace in Europe for future generations. NATO allies are poised to approve a major hike when it comes to defense spending under intense pressure from the United States, and that has gone ahead and demanded that the members raise their budgets to 5% of the GDP by 2032. This is a dramatic shift from the current 2% target. The head of NATO military alliance warned that no country would have an opt-out from that massive new hike in defense spending, and that progress that they make towards reaching that new target will be reviewed in 4 years' time. However, Spain said that it has reached a deal with NATO to be excluded from the 5% target, while President Donald Trump has gone on to say that the figure shouldn't apply to the United States, but only to its allies. But what's really going to be happening also is that Zelensky and United States President Donald Trump are planning to meet today on the sidelines of the NATO summit